Greetings and salutations. It's Dave Dufort here at the DIG Agency. We're doing it live again with another deep dive training. This time around, we're going to be focusing on ACA health insurance, going deep into all things sales and marketing when it comes to selling ACA health insurance successfully. And of course, I have none other than my good friend in the business, Mr. Luis Moreno here. He's going to be doing a lot of the work today, talking about how ACA works and why you should sell it. How you doing today, Luis?
Man, I'm doing great. Man, Thursday came around like that.
It's how it rolls.
It's how it rolls.
Let's give you a little overview, audience, as far as what to expect. So to begin, we're going to first talk about what is ACA. Maybe some of you are brand new to insurance or thinking about selling insurance, and you don't even know what ACA stands for. Maybe you think it's like Obamacare and what's health insurance, et cetera. We're going to go into the details of how that all works. We're then going to talk about the opportunity, why even consider selling health insurance in the first place, some of the advantages and benefits of doing so. And then we're going to seg you throughout the day, talking about, for example, the licensing and credentialing process in order to be sales ready to sell ACA health insurance. We're going to get into the sales process. Luis is going to talk in depth about how he and his team have sold well over 4,000 actively in force ACA. Maybe it's closer to 5,000. 4,000, 5,000, you know, at the end of the day. Big, yeah, that's a lot. And how he's done it, what tips he's going to give you to acquire clients. There's a lot of things to know about ACA when it comes to compliance, making sure you satisfy all the requirements to get a good ACA plan in place. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the marketing side. We have Oscar Gonzalez from Scale My Social coming in to talk about how to market effectively using Facebook. Luis also has some grassroots marketing tips if you just want to stay away from some sort of paid advertising and do your own kind of organic free strategies. Luis is very good at that, so we'll talk more about that as well. We'll also get into a section discussing the automation and CRM side, how to warm up your ACA prospects so by the time you talk to them, they're much more in a position and ready to buy from you. We're going to bring on Alex Branning from Agent CRM to talk at length about how to utilize a CRM to do just that. And throughout the call, we're going to be taking your questions. So as you get started here today, and feel free to start loading us up with questions, although we're going to spend about 3 or 4 hours here getting through all of them and probably covering a lot of it. Throw your questions in the chat. I'm going to be manning the chat board myself and then feeding the questions to Luis and to the other speakers as well. One last thing, I do want to encourage you, if you're watching this live or recorded on YouTube, is to sign up for our insurance sales success training site. We have Luis, Oscar, Alex, and other trainers in the ACA space that provide live training webinars like this and more. So if you're looking for that kind of training, you can find it at daviddufort.com/ISS. It's a free training account you pay nothing for in order to get. And it's great for resources and getting started up. And the other thing I want to make sure that we promote is Luis's channel too as well. Think Medicare, think ACA. Just throw that into YouTube. In fact, Luis, if you can throw your channel into the Zoom chat, I'll throw it into YouTube so that folks there can subscribe. What I believe to be the best agent-focused ACA channel out there. So it's a great resource to get information from. And as I filibuster here, while I wait for the link to show up, I'm going to copy and paste it and throw it in the chat so the folks at home can see it. Okay. Are we muted? I'm not muted. Am I muted?
Nope, I don't think so. I can hear you just fine.
Okay. Okay. I can hear. All right. If you're muted, turn your volume up. I sure hope that's the case. All right. You know how it is. Sometimes technology fails when you most need it. So anyways, it's good to have y'all here. We certainly appreciate it. And we're looking forward to giving you a ton of information, a ton of training to help you master the ACA sales and marketing process. So let us begin. Luis, give us a 30 to 60 second overview about who you are and why people should listen to you when it comes to the ACA side. And then we're going to get into the ACA training itself. So go ahead and
Sure, man. 30 seconds. No way. Okay. But anyway, here we go, guys. So
Yeah.
I've been an agent since 99. Okay. I know I look like a young guy, but no, almost 25 years into business. I did healthcare before Obamacare. That was 2014. And then Obamacare started it was signed into law 2010. The first policies went into effect 2014. I jumped in. I decided, you know what? I'm going to double, triple, quadruple down on ACA, and it has just been incredible. So I've been doing a lot of ACA since it started. We're up to about 5,000 policies. I don't know how many heads we got. 5,000 policies. I run a full service agency here in San Antonio, Texas. We do everything here. I've got a team of 9, and I just hired 2 more people. We're now a team of 11 people in my P&C shop, my ACA shop, and my Medicare shop. And we are growing. So why do you listen to me? Because I'm an agent just like you guys. Here's my deal. I got all kinds of stuff going in my head. I get very bored with things. I guess the next step in my growth is I love teaching now. My shop is working. I got a whole bunch of guys over here doing my thing in my agency, and I'm going to turn my camera. So kind of hard to see. I got my door closed, but I got my team over there. They are rocking and rolling. I love teaching ACA and Medicare. So that's why you should listen to me, guys. I'm going to share everything I've done, what I'm doing, what my team is doing to grow and be successful in this business.
Yeah. So what I love about Luis is that Luis is not just an agency owner that has others running around doing this stuff for a living, but he does this stuff too. He's in the thick of this, so he's somebody that you can trust to have the knowledge, not just of what health insurance is and all that stuff, but actual on the ground, boots on the ground experience, right? And this is really important anytime you're looking for guidance and direction. So we're super appreciative for you to be here, Luis. So why don't we just get started from the top? Again, imagine we're talking to a group of agents who have never heard of health insurance or ACA, and they're looking for a product to sell. Give us the overview of what the product is and why an agent should consider selling ACA health insurance.
Beautiful. So here's the deal. Number one, ACA is the law of the land. Okay. So when you're talking about health insurance, there's only 2 options. There used to be 3, but a new law went into effect September that limited down. We have 2 options, and that's it. Okay. People under 65 will either get insurance at work, and those that do not have insurance at work, or those whose insurance premiums are too high at work, have the ability to get an ACA plan. Okay. And that's it. Now, prior to September the 1st, we could offer a short-term medical plan that lasted 1 day short of a year. But now with the new law going in, that is limited to a 3-month option, and that is it. So now short-term medical is truly short-term, which is going to really get rid of that business. It's just a pain in the butt to be working with short-term and writing a whole bunch of 3-month policies. So guys, your options are this. Okay. I mean, you can go try to find other options, and you're not. Either your insureds are going to have workplace insurance, they're going to have an ACA plan, or they're going to have nothing. That's it. I mean, that's the big picture. Now, I also want to tell people, guys, nobody is going to get an ACA card. Okay. This is your card from the carrier. You're not going to get an ACA card. ACA, which stands for the Affordable Care Act. It is just a law. That's all that it is, guys. Now, underneath that law, you have carriers that offer plans that are compliant with that law. So carriers had a decision to make. Either I'm going to play by the rules and offer plans, or I'm not. So you have carriers entering the market. You have carriers exiting the market. One of the big exits, and this was years ago, was Humana. They don't offer individual plans anymore. Okay. We had a lot of turmoil at the beginning with carriers coming in and out, but it's stabilized. We've got a good, stable, lot of choice of options in the market right now. So I think it's a great time for agents who are not doing ACA to really consider it.
Right. Perfect. So what are some kind of like big picture reasons that ACA is a lucrative business model? Like give us like the top 3 reasons why an insurance agent would choose to specialize in health insurance versus another product.
Man, dude, I think you're in my head, bro. Really do think of it because I was going to go with this. ACA can be your gateway to everything else. Okay, that is number one. Okay, so across the market, everybody's going after Medicare. I have a PNC shop. We're trying to grow with PNC. It's difficult to get out there and market. The way I have been very successful in doing this is I go after the ACA market. Okay, I look at it as a gateway. So you bring in a client and you write them up on an ACA plan with whatever carrier is going to be best for them. From that point on, guys, it is crazy on what you can do with that guy. You got this guy right here. Okay, we have ACA, and I'm going to be showing you throughout this course, guys. So you want to stay to the very end. I'm going to show you how, well, first why and how to add dental and vision. I'm going to show you why and how you need to add an indemnity plan. So at the very bare minimum, you got 3 policies, guys. Now, there's a 4th one that I think is even more important in these 3. And let's see some of our viewers that are chatting, David. What do you guys think is the 4th insurance line of business that would be more important than these other 3? Let's see if anybody can type away. What's
so remind us of the 3 again, just in case people are hopping on.
So the 3 are going to be the actual ACA plan, the dental and vision plan, and the indemnity plan.
Okay.
So there's a 4th one. Guys, do me a favor, chat down below and tell me, what do you think is that 4th one that we can sell that is super important? I consider it more important than any other line of insurance.
And I think I know the answer too. I'm going to give there's about a 15-second delay between here and YouTube, Luis, but I'm going to kind of give you my thoughts here. I think this is historically been the one thing that really drives the first year commissions through the roof for this particular style. And it is always before the traditional markets were taken away with the Affordable Health Care Act. And we'll go into that probably at some point, how that happened and why, et cetera. This is you got in the door with ACA or health insurance because everybody needs it, right? If you're under 65 and you don't have a job or you have your own job, there's a huge market, millions upon millions of people, right? And it's one of those things that everybody knows they need. And like Luis said, the big benefit to that is it's a door opener, right? Versus some people complain that selling, like, let's say, I don't know, an annuity. A lot harder to get into an annuity because you got to deal with people's trust issues with the money and the emotion tied behind it, et cetera. ACA is kind of its own. And of course, everybody here is saying life insurance. Is that the right answer?
That is the right answer, guys. Life insurance. You've taken care of them with these 3. And now you can hop in there and say, hey, tell me about your life plan. Who do you have your life insurance with? And they're like, I don't. What? You don't have life insurance? Or they may say, I've got it at work. You're like, awesome. Man, I'm so glad you got it at work. But nowadays, who stays at work for 30 years?
Right.
You're probably going to leave that employer and go somewhere else. Or maybe you retire. You're not going to take your life insurance with you. So we highly recommend that you get a plan outside. I'm going to help you with that. Okay. So that's the 4th one. But we still got a whole bunch more that we could add. So
yeah, we had comments like cancer, great idea. Definitely, what you're doing with your clients on ACA is once they hit 65, guess what? They're still a client. Now they're on Medicare, right?
Dude, you stole my thunder. Go, I was about to hit that one, David. Okay.
Yeah, we've only done this like 3 or 4 times. So
I know. So, and then the other deal, guys, is these people are if they're young enough, they may have parents that are Medicare eligibles, or eventually they're going to turn and become Medicare eligibles. And now you've got the elusive turning 65 list, and they're your clients, which you can market to, you can cold call them, because they're your clients. You have an
Right.
existing business relationship, and you don't have to follow the marketing rules. So you can just pick up the phone. Hey, David, you're turning 65. You better not go anywhere else, man. You are mine. I'm going to help you out. I'm a Medicare agent also. I'm going to walk you through the enrollment process of Medicare A and B, and then I'm going to help you with a plan. God, that's huge for ACA.
So number one benefit of selling ACA is it opens up all these other opportunities. You create clients, you sell more policies, you have a higher lifetime value of the client. So going to, I think number two benefit would be how pay works and what are the advantages of ACA commissions versus, say, life insurance products.
Okay, well, I'm going to hit number two. I'm going to hit pay here in a minute, guys. I
Okay.
call that show me the money, baby. Okay, but we're going to go to number two. Guys, how many people, let's just say a percentage, again, get on your keyboards. What percentage of people out there are healthy? Or maybe put this, you'll forget that percentage. How many people have a pre-existing condition? Okay. I mean, we're going to get some crazy answers. I mean, let's say out of every 10 people, how many do you think have some condition out there that is going to eliminate them from getting a fully underwritten short-term medical?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I would imagine it's got to be like 7 out of 10. That's a guess.
7 out
Just
of
kind of
10.
like,
They're going to be diabetics. They're going to have high blood pressure, high cholesterol. I mean, you've got, you name it. The beauty of ACA, guys, is there's no underwriting. They will cover pre-existing conditions, including maternity. So I can write somebody effective 1/1, January 1, and they can have a baby in February, and we're going to cover that baby. And we're going to cover the cost, okay? Subject to the deductible, their co-insurance, and out of pocket. But how cool that you don't have to worry like we used to worry back in the day before Obamacare, guys. We had to fully underwrite. I had a whole list of questions, and if they answered yes to one of them, no dice. I mean, they were uninsured. That's the other benefit. Okay, so we got number one, it's a door opener. Number two, it is your pre-existing conditions are completely covered. But now number three, guys, this is huge. ACA, not only is it one of these two options over here, but the commissions, the money is incredible. All right, so do we want to talk specific commissions, David? Do we want to give just general and then dive down into it later? What do you want to do here?
I really, let's dive into it in a little while, but I think what I think agents need to understand is the difference between first year commission products and then residual based commission products, because that's the biggest difference. A lot of agents here are probably life based agents and they hear about residual income. So I think kind of talking about that is the best for now.
So
And then we'll get into the money side later.
Perfect. We're going to get into general. So in ACA, guys, there is, when it started, we had a commission for new business, and then we had a commission for renewals or residuals. No longer. They've done away with that. Now we get a flat per member per month commission, and it varies. Okay. It varies. It can be on the low end, maybe $20 per member per month. On the high end, maybe $28 per member per month. It's dependent on the carrier or dependent on the state, the carrier, and then the specific plan that is selected. So like I've got one here in Texas, Blue Cross. Depending on which Blue Cross I sell, I could make 20 or 25. Just depends. Okay. So when we do our calculations, we're going to run lowball calculations, and we're going to base our calculations on the $20 per member per month. And if you're thinking, well, man, that's not a lot of money. Think about this, guys. Remember, it's not per policy. It's per member. If you go right, mom, dad, and 2 kids, a household of 4, you're making on the low end $80 a month. If I annualize that, that's a $960 commission check annualized. Okay.
Each year that you keep the client. Remember that. That's also the nice thing too.
Yes. And so you're making this money all along, but this is not the only kind of money you're making. Okay. This is steady. Now, the other deal that you need to know about ACA commissions is that they are paid as earned. there are no advanced commissions. You'll get to a point in your insurance career, guys, where you're going to be not wanting advanced commissions. New agents, they're just dying for that money. But I know what a new agent is praying, please don't cancel, because you're going to have a chargeback. And not a good thing. So you've got to keep selling to replenish that chargeback, or you're going to have a bill you got to pay. Not a good thing. With ACA, the money that you get that month is real money that you can spend. But you won't have to pay it back. It's as earned. And then on top of that, you can start adding the dental and vision, the hospital indemnity, the life insurance, and any other lines of business that you have. So commissions, and on top of it, just to sweeten the deal, based on your production. Check this out, guys. Right now, you should be putting your ears to that speaker. Or if you got a hearing aid like me, crank that baby up. Yeah. Dude, I got to wear hearing aids now. Dude, I
got hearing aids?
2 on each side.
How old are you? I thought you were just like 45.
53, but thanks to the Army. Man, I was inside a tank
all those explosions and bullets, yeah.
Man, I was inside a tank for 8 years. Literally today I was doing, check this out, just off topic to get people. I was doing broga. Have you heard of broga?
Broga.
Yes, yoga for men. All right, just guys. And I didn't have my hearing aids, and I'm like, I can't hear you. And so I'm there doing my stretches and looking at the guy and trying to. Anyway, so guys, turn your hearing aids up. All right, check it out. In addition to commissions, we get some serious bonuses on production. Some carriers will pay just for new business. Some carriers will pay for new business and retention. All right, I'm going to brag a little bit here, David. I just got a 6-figure bonus from Meta.
Nice.
Guys, it's real, okay? I just built the Coast House, and we paid half of it off with this bonus. I could have gone and got a new vehicle. I could have got a Porsche like you, David.
Yeah, that's after this open enrollment. I know what your wife is getting.
Yeah, exactly. You know what she told you. That's right. So I paid off half of our house, our Coast House. So regardless, guys, think about this. We got new business commissions, and then based on your production, each carrier has its own set of requirements, but you could earn a crazy amount of bonus. I only saw one carrier. Check this out, David. One carrier put a limit on the amount of bonus they paid. And the limit was 500,000. That was the limit. You can't make more than 500,000. What a problem to have. Imagine if you have that complaint. Man, you only paid me $500,000 bonus. You're a horrible Mr. Carrier. But what craziness. So the commissions, guys, again, life-changing.
So I want to pivot here, and I'm going to put you on the spot here, but I believe in hearing the good and the bad. So let's talk about maybe some drawbacks of the ACA business. The first one I want to bring up is, we have an election coming up, right? As far as I know, the Republican side really hasn't put together a plan on ACA. If they've tried to get it removed in the past, I believe, but it failed. And then the Democrats are probably going to continue status quo. What do you think? What is, in your opinion, being in the business, talking to other agents, seeing what others are talking about, do you feel like a shift in who's in leadership is going to have any kind of impact on this business? And if so, what are we looking at here?
All right. So I was Googling over here. There was an Inflation Reduction Act that was done, not the most recent one. There was another one. And what it did is Obamacare is a very politically charged product. Okay. Not the carriers, but the name of it. Okay. It's a Democratic creation. Okay. Of course, you got the other side of the aisle. Well, don't like it. Okay. But the problem is that on the Republican side of the house, when we had the past administration, they tried to kill it. The problem is you got millions of people in it, and they didn't have an alternative. They just wanted to kill it.
Right.
Of course, what happened? Nothing happened. They did dismantle it a little bit. Okay. What they did is they dismantled the mandate, the individual mandate, which was the penalty. They took it away. Okay. Did that affect me? A little bit. A lot of people were, I don't advertise that they got rid of the penalty, but if they ask me, I'm like, yeah, don't worry about it. There's no more penalty. And there are a few people, well, there's no penalty. I'm not going to get it. Okay, whatever. Move on to the next lead.
Right.
But they tried to dismantle it. Now, let's fast forward to what's happening now. This November, we're going to elect one of the two parties. Okay. How is it going to affect our product? Okay. In my opinion, I think if we get a Democratic winner, they're going to strengthen this thing. They're going to keep some of the provisions of the older Inflation Reduction Act where they increase the subsidies. I think those will continue. Okay. I think they're just going to open the doors more than what they are right now. Republican administration comes in. According to what I heard on the vice president debate, is they're not gonna dismantle it. Nobody has proposed a plan to substitute. So here's what I tell agents: don't worry about it. It's political risk, and you can't control it. Okay, if they change it for whatever reason, it'll be a couple of years before they can even put it into action. And whatever they put into action, we'll just sell what they offer. That's simple. We'll adapt to it. Okay. They're going to need agents. There's no way the carriers can do this themselves. If that were the case, David, we wouldn't have agents on the Medicare side.
Yeah. And I'll say this too. There was a time when these ACA plans paid nothing and they just relied on navigators. Right. And then eventually the carrier started rolling out commissions because the need for us is pretty clear. Like we get the job done. Right. And we're a necessary evil, maybe in their eyes, but we are necessary. And the truth is, and this is just me speaking politically, I'm not making a political opinion here. It's just how do we do business considering what's going on? I think ultimately, at the end of the day, whether ACA goes away or not, I don't really think it's going to. A lot of these, if you look at the history of government programs, they become entrenched, right? Look at Social Security, right? And they don't ever go away. They're always there. They change, they get modified, but they don't go away wholesale. And I think that's what we're going to see happen here with ACA. And ultimately, even if it were to go away, guess what? There's still a demand and a need for health insurance to have some kind of coverage in place. So I don't think that the political will is going to be there to change anything so markedly that in a short period of time, this business model is going to go. Of course, I can't predict the future and I'm not trying to. But for me, I feel comfortable given the circumstances that some sort of health insurance is going to be there, and definitely in the short term and the long term, enough to build a career around it. And I think specializing in this is not a bad idea considering the circumstances. What about the other thing here?
I just Googled, David, let me ask you, I just Googled how many people do we have enrolled? This is based on March numbers. 45 million people. There's no way they could just kick this thing off and leave those 45 million uninsured. It'd be suicide for the administration. I mean, there would be a revolt. So,
and this is part of the reason Trump got criticism, because he said we have concepts of a plan. It's like, well, if you're going to get rid of something, what's it going to be replaced with? Because there's so many people at risk if they didn't have coverage, right? So, long story short, I don't think anything major is going to come from this enough to avoid this business model. Now, one thing I do want to talk about, of course, is if my audience has been around long enough, this last year or two, maybe even 3 years, there's been a big push in I guess we could say it, fraudulent ACA business. It has affected a lot of producers out there to where they've written business, and because of the standards that were in place, it caused these people to lose business, what we call agent of record changes to other agents. And many times, most of the time, against without the knowledge of the client, having a policy change. Can you speak to that and talk to us? What are the long-term and even short-term risks of this fraudulent activity? I think a lot has changed, and I think this is a good thing for us, but take us kind of through what had happened and where this is going with the fraudulent ACA agent of record changes.
So, there weren't any safeguards in place. Of course, we were new to this product. So we were just writing business as usual. And then about 2 years ago, you always have some people that's going to exploit the system. So we had all these people come in, organizations that, hey, we're going to train agents and we're going to show them how to advertise. And of course, they were using bait and switch tactics, fraudulent ads, and they were using these to capture some data. And based on the data that they captured, these agents could go in there and very simply swap out the agent of record. Okay, they were literally, you just change the name and the NPM, and they would hit submit. Now, some carriers, you know, these I call them the rat agents. That's just how I refer them to, because they weren't even writing business. Their focus was stealing business. Okay, so these guys, after a while, after just switching the NPM, realized that they still weren't getting paid. They thought they stole it, and on paper it looks like they stole it, but they still weren't getting paid. Because some carriers said, well, you can change the agent of record, but we're still going to pay the incumbent agent. So what these guys started doing, like, oh, really? Well, if you're going to do that, I'm just going to switch the insured to another plan. Screw the insured, screw the fact that, you know, maybe they love their plan. All their doctors are in the network. The medications are being covered. They're going through treatment. These rats, literally what they would do is swap out to a completely different plan, regardless of whether it was better for the insured, and 99.9% of the time it was not. So that happened. Now the insureds, the problem is that these insureds wouldn't know that this was happening. They went out and filled out some little deal just to go get a free $500 Visa gift card that we know wasn't gonna happen. So that happened. Okay, so that was 2 years ago. Then it was really heavy last year. And then fast forward, and even the beginning of this year, well, we started getting some new compliance rules. They put the brakes on this. The first two carriers to put some of record crap now has literally stopped. It can still happen, but now it's got to be a legitimate agent of record change where the insured is requesting the agent of record of change. And so now there's some procedures, or there is a procedure in place for agents to handle this if there is a legitimate agent of record. But the mass agent of record changes that was happening, all that is gone. What does that mean for us agents? That means that we get to protect our book. Okay, we spend money to grow our book, to advertise, a lot of effort, and now truly our books are protected because of the new rules that were implemented literally months ago. They're in force now. I'm going to be talking about those rules and those compliance, because here's the deal with CMS, guys. They are trigger happy right now. They are behind the curve. They've been criticized. I mean, they've been, you know, they're in the dumps right now. And so they're trying to make up for it. And how they're trying to make up for it is they're super trigger happy in the sense that if they think there's any kind of violation of this agent of record, they're going to suspend your ability to write business. And the problem is, let's say you did it right. They don't even have a system for you to send in the documents to prove that you did it right. So you want to be careful. I'm going to be spending some time on that. Good. But the good thing is, for the rest of us agents that are doing stuff right, it's business as usual, and we're going to be able to retain our books. The pain that I felt, David, I lost probably 20-something% of my agents to this fraudulent agent
clients. I mean, your clients.
Oh yeah. And it was so bad, David, that literally we created a hit list. So I had one of my guys, when they saw an agent of record change, we'd call the insured. Hey, David, what did we do wrong? Why did you leave us? They're like, what are you talking about? No, I didn't leave you guys. Oh, did you go and click on an ad? Yes. I'm like, God, really, dude? I had already told you don't click on those ads. Okay. I would go back, steal my client back to me. Within minutes, that other agent would go back and steal it. I mean, it's like, don't you guys have a job and gotta go bring in some new people? No, they were just so focused, and I had to give up. Literally, I sat there, and I'm like, man, I literally, we're spending too much time on.
Well, so how is it now?
Now it's at a crawl. Literally, it went from mass AORs to right now, guys, in order for an agent of record to be processed, the insured has to request it verbally. And there's got to be a three-way call made to the marketplace. You, the agent, the insured, you're calling the marketplace, and then in that process, they will change the agent of record. But now it's legitimate. And if that happens, well, you can't do anything about it. You know, it is what it is. The insured is requesting it. But the mass AORing is gone. So, guys, it's time to really get back into business. Don't worry about the AOR stuff.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this for us strategically, one of the things we're looking at on my side is investing some effort into an ACA call center. And maybe we'll do it, maybe we won't. But I think the biggest impetus to this, or the biggest catalyst, has been the fact that a lot of this fraud is now getting handled finally. You know, and what does that mean? There's more stability. The clients that you sold are going to stick around longer. You're going to get more retention out of them. You don't have to play defense all the time, right? Like, it has all the elements that you would expect for a more sustainable, stable business model. So I wanted to get that out there because I think that's a huge development, and it's not 100% fraud free. Nothing ever is, but I think this is huge steps in the right direction. We'll definitely be seeing more of it, especially since the threat now is like a suspension for many, many, many years. And people who are on our side, you know, running call centers, investing a lot of money, you know, they're going to think twice about the consequences of trying to scam, unlike it was before, you know, which is a shame. So anything else you want to hit here? So I think we've covered, you know, the big benefits, the drawbacks, some of them being taken care of, some of the things to be concerned about. I think probably the best thing to do now is shift gears and talk about the money side of ACA and what does it look like if you really, you know, focus in this open enrollment and beyond, and what kind of money is possible. Do you want to take us in that direction, Luis?
Yeah, let's do it. And guys, don't leave us, because I'm going to talk about how you're going to do it right. Okay, obviously this is a long-term play. It's not about short-term money, it's long-term money. So I will be teaching you guys here the ways that we collect what we need to collect, the new compliance rules. How do we, enrolling as many people as we do, stay on top of the compliance and make sure that we're doing it right? So I will be doing that, guys. I promise you. All right, but let's get into the money. This is show me the money, baby. I wish I had the little clip ready to go when Tom Cruise is in that movie. It says, show me the money.
Well, then YouTube would shut down the stream, give me a strike, and then no monetize it. So.
We learned our lesson on that one. Exactly.
Yeah, you can share screen if you need to. You're good to go.
Yes, I'm going to get my little pad ready to go. So you guys have to deal with my handwriting. Give me one. Okay, it's firing now. Okay, so I'm going to share the money, guys. All right.
Oh, yeah. While you're doing that, I'll address this in the audience. I appreciate you guys out there that tolerate the ads on YouTube. Remember, this is a private show here, and the monetization helps me directly, really. So thank you for dealing with it, and apologize for any excessive ads. But remember, you're putting food on my table, so appreciate it. And we're not getting paid other than that to do this. So that's the cost of doing business here. But anyways, go ahead, Luis.
Okay, guys. So here is ACA. All right. So again, I mentioned that commissions can vary on the low end, 20. I mean, there's some lower ones. There's some state-based exchanges that may pay 13. Okay. But that makes my math super hard. I can do math with $20 a month. Okay. So I'm going to lowball this thing at $20 a month. All right. So as I said earlier, if you go enroll mom, dad, and 2 kids, that is 4 members. And we're going to multiply that times 20. We're looking at $80 a month. We'll annualize that times 12. And now we've got a $960 annualized commission. It's not bad, guys. That's some real money. Okay. So now let's talk numbers. If you have enrolled 100 members, okay, total. Make sure I do my math right. Okay, that is monthly. You're looking at $2,000 a month, or $24,000 a year. Okay, this is yearly. Okay, let's do some more math. $200 or 200 members, 4,000 a month. Okay. Now we're at 48,000 a year. Okay. I'm going to just go to 400. Okay. This is now 8,000 a month. We're now at 96K a year, guys, with 400 members. I will tell you this, me and two of my guys that are doing ACA, we did 1,700 during the open enrollment. Okay. So those of you that are trying to plan out, like, can I really make money in this thing? Let's say that you do, let's go with 1,000. Not unheard of. Okay. At 1,000, you're making 20K a month. You're making $240,000 a year with 1,000 members.
And hey, Luis, I'll just throw this in here. That's not 1,000 policies.
No.
You may have an average of 2 members a policy, conservative. It might be more, right? That's only 500 sales. Think about it, right? So it's not like you have to sit there and close 1,000 individual clients. If you're averaging 2 a policy, it may only be 500 sales. Does that make sense, guys? So it shows you the opportunity is to get there is a lot faster than if you're selling individual health plans.
So let's kind of backward plan. Okay. We're going to do a little military planning here. We're going to work backwards. Okay. So we got 75 days, and let's just say we're going to go with 1,000. We're going to use this number. Let's say that you guys want to make $20,000 a month. All right. So let's backward plan this. Okay. So if you have 1,000 heads, we're going to divide this by 75 days. And I know I'm probably off. I'm counting 30 days in November, 30 days in December, and 15 days in January. I haven't counted 31. It may be more. 75 days. 1,000, divide that by 75. That is selling 13 members per day. That's it. 13 members per day, guys. All right. So mom, dad, 2 kids. If you write 3 of those families in one day, you've satisfied that number. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it is crazy. 13 members. I think our average was 17 enrollments. I don't know how many heads. I haven't done the math on it, but 17 enrollments a day per person. Okay. Now, the question should be, well, how long does an enrollment take? All right. If you're collecting all the data, okay, collect the data. Hey, tell me about you. Tell me about your spouse. Tell me about your kids. Date of birth, address, email, phone number, income information, doctors, prescriptions. If you're collecting all that data, okay, you've got it all collected within the Health Sherpa platform, which I'm going to go over later, guys. You can plug on that data and do the research. You can probably, let's say that you're a slow agent, probably 30 minutes. Okay, we're knocking them out in 15. Okay, 30 minutes. Now, if they don't have any doctors, or maybe one doc and maybe a few meds, you'll be done way sooner. Okay, but the quote and enrollment software that we utilize, which is free to you guys, is incredible at helping us sort plans out for our insurance. So it can be done. We're looking at 13 members a day, David. Very, very doable. And on top of all this, guys, we are only talking ACA money. Okay. I'm missing.
Yeah, before we get into that, real quick, just a reminder, everybody, if you're enjoying this content, please hit the like button. That's going to help the algorithm share this content to other agents like you who need this kind of training and understanding when it comes to ACA sales and marketing. So please do so. But continue, Luis. Yeah, because this is just, but wait, there's more, right? Like this is just the beginning. We've talked about the other products I'm sure you're going to get into and the bonus money. So there's a lot more to be had here. Feel free to go, Luis.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot more. Okay, so this is just selling the ACA. And let's say that you want to be just an ACA guy. You want to be a little lazy in the sense that you don't want to cross-sell, which I would say, why wouldn't you cross-sell? Okay, ACA, when we get into the plans, guys, you will see they don't cover dental and vision. So you're going to get in here and you're going to offer a dental and vision plan. Okay, so there's more money to be made there, and it's pretty good money. Then you get over here into what I call the HIP plans, the hospital indemnity plans. And when I explain what a plan looks like, there is an out-of-pocket. There's an amount of money that the insureds are going to be responsible for. That out-of-pocket, depending on their income and household size and what they qualify for, can be as low as maybe $1,800, and it can be as high as $8,000. Well, who has that kind of money? So what I do is we offer one of these hospital indemnity plans to help the insureds with that out-of-pocket maximum if they're in an accident or if they're hospitalized due to a sickness.
And as a side note, guys, we're going to go into more depth on this, right? Like how to present this, how to show it to your clients to where it's obvious that they'll buy. So, and that goes for dental, vision, hospital indemnity, life as well. So this is just, again, the cursory surface level stuff. We're going to get into more detail a little bit later.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I'm just kind of painting the picture, guys. So remember, if you want to be that 1,000 member head making 20K a month, okay, fine. You can make it just there. But now you're going to add dental and vision. You're going to go at hospital indemnity. We're going to talk about life insurance. And then on top of this, based on your production, and that's where I'm probably going to pivot to next, David, before we bring on our next guest, because I could spend about 10 minutes on this. And then I think we have a guest coming in at 11, or in about 12 minutes. Is that right?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Okay. Is the bonus money. So any questions on anything pop up on here, guys, on the ACA income?
Yeah, so keep going, Luis. There's a little delay here, so I'll field questions here kind of as you wrap up the bonuses, and then we'll hit those in.
Okay, I'm going to pull that up right now. Give me 1 minute here. Maybe pull up my bonuses. Okay. All right, I got it pulled up here. Okay, now these bonuses that I'm going to share with you guys right now, these bonuses are 2024 bonuses. Okay, 2025 bonuses have not been posted by any carrier yet. Okay, so now the word, I've been to other meetings, and the words or the theme that all these reps are telling us is they're probably going to be the same. Okay, that's all they're telling us. And here's the crazy thing: we probably won't get official bonuses till mid to late November. Well, we are already in the enrollment cycle. All right, so let's share what these bonuses look like. Okay, guys. So I'm going to go over here some of these bonuses, okay? And I'm going to do just a quickie, all right? So let's say that you're writing business with AmeriHealth. They're in a few states. But mainly forget the carriers, guys. Just look at what the numbers look like. All right, with AmeriHealth, depending on production, if you have 25 to 49 members, you make an extra $25 per member, okay? And I'm going to focus on the 100 mark because it makes it easy. If you write more than 100 members, you're getting $100. So if you got 100 members with AmeriHealth, you're getting a $10,000 bonus on top of your commissions, guys. Now, they are subject to some rules, okay? With AmeriHealth, they have to be on the books for a consecutive 90 days. So if you write them 1-1, they need to be there till the end of March. Otherwise, that will not count towards this number. Let's go to the next one. These guys are not going to be there next year. Let's look at Cigna. With Cigna, depending on your state, here are your tier levels. Let's go to Texas, where I'm from. If you write more than 150 people, 150 members, you got $75 bonus. Let's say I did 150 times 75. That's an $11,000 bonus. Not bad. And they have to be on the books for 3 months. Okay, 1-1, 2-1, 3-1. They have to stay on that to the end of March. Next carrier, Aetna. This is where I made my 6-figure bonus from. Incredible. Aetna had 2 programs. Okay, the new program for new agents and the one for existing agents with a book of 30 or more. If you were a new agent with Aetna, if you wrote more than 150 policies, depending on your location, let's go to Texas. Let's say you did silver plans, and let's say that you did 150 times 125. You made an $18,000 bonus. Crazy. All right. Let's go to an existing agent. An existing agent, what they did is they did a net growth. So if you had 100 policies and you lost some, but you wrote some, regardless, you had that 100 baseline. If you finish at 30% more, which we did, they paid you $150 for each one. So let's just say that I had 200 members with Aetna at $150. That's a $30,000 bonus.
Wait, so hold on, let me ask a question. Is that net on net growth or on the entire book?
No, this right here is net growth, which takes into account your 100 that you started off with. So it's encompassing retention. So if you had 100 and you lost 20, that put you at 80, but you wrote 50, that took you back up to 130.
Right.
Well, at 100 to 130, you were at 130%.
So your pay on that's going to be, in that example, 30 times whatever the rate is.
No. If your number, if your percentage on how you grew. So if you had your baseline, so it's not just based on new business, it's based on new business and retention.
So in that example, tell the audience, so they lost 50 or they went down to 80 and then they gained 50. So they had a total increase from 100 to 130. How much money are they making? What's their bonus?
Yeah, let's just do it here. Clear all my drawings. Okay, so with Aetna, so let's say that you started off with 100 policies, 100 members, and 20 of them left you because they went to another plan or whatever. That left you with 80. But remember, this is your baseline. Okay, this is the 100% mark. Okay, so if you added 30 policies, so let's say you retained 80, 80 renewed for the following year, but you added 30, that puts you at 110. So now you're at you only grew by 10%.
Right.
Okay, if you retained 80 and you added 50, okay, well, this would put you at 110. Okay, kind of those numbers are matching. But we did 80 and 50. This put you at 130. Well, 130 of my baseline 100, that's 130%.
Right.
Okay, so with that being the case, you got paid 150%. Now, what was crazy good for me was here in Texas, they had a promo, Go Big in Texas. And this is my county bear, 3 counties in Texas. Not only did they pay us this, but they paid us an additional $75 for each new or renewed member. So I got a double whammy. I just got lucky, guys. Okay. So that's Aetna. Let's go to Ambetter. Okay. And I believe Aetna was a 3-month requirement. Let's see here. And again, this is what you have to know these requirements, guys, because you could think, oh, I'm going to get this big bonus, and then these people didn't stay on the books for the required time. Aetna, going on here. I'm pretty sure it's 3 months. Okay, let's move on. Ambetter. Ambetter was the most difficult one. Okay, with Ambetter, they required an insured to stay on the books for 6 months. Okay, 6 months. And then they paid, depending on your state, they paid depending on your number of enrollments. So if you wrote 100 new members, you got paid $100 per member. So $10,000 bonus there. Okay, but they had to stick on the books for 6 months. Now let's go to Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Carolina. They paid, they're kind of measly. They paid $25 for a renewal member and $50 for a new member. And I think they're also 3 months. Pretty sure they're 3 months. Yeah, we'll go on. 3 months here. Blue Cross Blue
Last
Shield
one here,
Oklahoma.
Luis, then we're going to take some questions.
Sure, no problem. Care Source is another one. They're not that, well, you know what, they're in Georgia. They're not bad. 100 members, they paid, and depending on your retention, you got a bonus amount of $75. If you retain more than 70% of your book, you got 25. When you add these two up, you ended up with $100 per member.
Yeah.
That's
So the
Care
bonus must be
Source.
big. Yeah.
Not bad. Molina, look at Molina. Molina paid if you had more than 50 members renew, $50 for each member.
Oh, wow.
They have to stay on the books for 4 months. Okay, any new member, they paid $75 if you wrote over 100. United Healthcare, 50 new members. This is new business. See, this is new. They had both a retention. Yeah, this is new. So if you wrote 50 new, you got $50. It was okay. And then for retention, they also paid a bonus. So not bad. And over here, I believe these guys are 4 months. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure right there. Members must be on the books for 4 months. And then that's it. So
cool.
So that's your money, guys. When you look at that, that is some serious money that you can make. Now, these bonuses, guys, are paid July, August, September. With Ambetter, 6 months, you're probably looking at, I don't even think I've got my Ambetter bonus. Maybe I have, who knows? But they're paid months after the closeout. So pretty cool.
Let's take some questions from the audience. Let's see here. There are no chargebacks on bonuses, right?
No. Once they calculate, they're calculated and you get your money.
Hey, are there any ACA policies for low-income customers where you don't have to worry about them falling off the books because the government Medicaid pays their premiums?
90% of them.
Yeah, I mean that comes down to picking the right plan, right? And I don't know if you were here late, but a lot of the issues there was the fraud that was going on, which a lot of that's getting killed off, if not most of it by now. Yeah. When are bonuses paid typically, Luis?
So bonuses, every carrier is on a different cycle. So United pays quarterly based on your production for that quarter. So it really depends on the carrier. You have to pay attention to those guidelines, to those deals. In fact, I'll pull one up and I can share this folder. I'll give you the link and then we can have, let's go look at the United bonus. And I think they say here, when they pay, there's no cap. Bonus applied to on exchange. Usually new member bonus will be made the last of each month. So so each one will have their guidelines, guys.
A lot of them are in that the second quarter of the year, though.
Yeah. In fact, I'm going to do that. I'm going to get you the link to this, David, and then we can share it. But just remember, guys, this is 2024. I don't have the 2025. Stay tuned. Keep following the channel as I will be posting the 2025 when they come out.
And they're coming out anytime. Okay. Continuing on here, questions in the chat. We're waiting on Alex to pop in here, Luis. So we'll just keep taking questions till he's on and ready. How do we market for ACA, please? We're going to get to that. Just hang tight. We're bringing on Luis, not just Luis, of course. Luis is here. Oscar Gonzalez to talk about using Facebook and paid ads. That'll be really, really good. And then Luis will talk a little bit about his grassroots efforts as well.
Hey, David, can I do a shameless plug?
Yes, please.
Shameless plug. Real quick, guys. If you guys would, please. I'm trying to grow the channel. We're almost at 6,000. So I'm sharing my channel with you guys. On this channel, guys, I am constantly putting stuff out for you guys for ACA and Medicare. And most of my content are agent questions that get asked of me. What about this? What about that? Or I'll do a video with a rep. So if you would, guys, help me cross this threshold. We're 6 members away from 6,000. This is a big milestone for me. So hit me up, guys. So if you would, please.
I'm going to throw that link again into the chat that you can get, and just go there and subscribe, please. Also, make sure if you haven't already, smash that like button if you enjoy this content so far, as it is fantastic. So we're going to switch gears here now and kind of go away from the basics, the fundamentals of ACA, and now talk about the automation, the CRM side. Now we're going to get to marketing in a little while and talk about, well, how do you find the prospects? So, but what do you do with them after you find them, right? What do you do to get them interested to talk to you? because you're not the only one they're going to be talking to, and you likely will be super busy if you're running your marketing right. So you need some processes, some systems in place in order to maximize your effectiveness and to make sure the people you're talking to are as aware as possible of what you're going to do to help them out to make yourself more efficient and selling as many policies as possible. And this is where Alex Branning at Agent CRM comes in. He's very much involved with Luis on the automation side, helps him a ton with his work in his office. And yeah, I'm going to hop you in here, Alex, if you could give us a little introduction for yourself. And then Luis, if you two kind of go through this together, talk about what you guys do, how ACA marketing or ACA automations work, and why it's beneficial. And then I will be back in just a few minutes to kind of take some questions from the audience. So Alex, welcome. How you doing? Oh, unmute yourself. There it is.
David, thank you so much for having me. It's so fun
Sure, yeah.
to be a part of your world. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Alex Branning. I started Agent CRM. We are the largest insurance CRM in the space, and we absolutely love ACA agents. We have a ton of really cool stuff that we built out for ACA. We understand the customer journey. We understand the process. We know the challenges that you face, and we are building systems to help you overcome them. So you can check us out at agent-crm.com. And I've been working a lot with Luis Moreno, who's been a huge voice in our world to tell us how we can serve and support ACA agents at a higher level. So Luis, it's always fun to be in the same room together, man. What should we talk about first regarding automations?
You're the nerd, man. You're the, I think you even called yourself the nerd. So,
Yep.
I come up with the idea, and then guys like you help us put that out there. So, guys, Agent CRM, let's talk about what the CRM is, because they were like, what's a CRM? Never heard of it. Why do I need it? So let's start off with that. Alex, can you explain what the CRM is and what it does?
Yeah, absolutely. What I'll do is I'll share my screen for just a second. We'll do like a super fast, like 3-minute overview of Agent CRM, because I think that's going to help people see like what's going on in the world of the CRM. So I believe
here's the problem with CRM, guys. With this is a problem. Okay, I'm going to tell you right up. It's got so many tools that sometimes you don't even know you have them. So I'm glad you're going to do this, because let's talk about the tools.
Yeah. So I'm going to start with the automation side. So we're just coming out with this. This will be released tomorrow. It's called the Branning Bundle for ACA. And we're doing a couple of things here that are brand new in this space. I've never seen anybody do this. And what we're trying to do is make it super easy to see where people are at, and then also build in all the automations for ACA. So let me just kind of walk through this briefly. The colors and numbers really help to see where the prospect is at. So we have lead generation. So these are lead generation. So like you can set up a text in campaign where someone texts your number in Agent CRM, ACA or health insurance, and then it's set up to automatically respond, grab the person's information, and then use AI to get them on your calendar. So that's a lead generation workflow. Now, once they're in your world, they're a new lead. Then we have emails and texts that go out to push them to get on your calendar. And then once they're on your calendar and the appointment is scheduled, we have automations to remind them of the appointment. We highly recommend including photos of yourself in the appointment confirmation, and we have spots for that inside of Agent CRM. And then once they've scheduled the appointment, that's when you need consent. So we have the consent automation set up, ready to rock and roll. So you don't have to, think about it, worry about it. We have that stuff dialed in. And then once the appointment's completed, we have some fun automations there. We have a missed call automation that works to get them back on the calendar. And then once the sale is made, then we have an onboarding process. And Luis has really built out the onboarding workflows. We just like dip our big toe in the water, but Luis goes deep into that with his automations that he's built out himself. And then after they have become a client, we have cross-sell workflows, referral requests, and then next year, we're going to start emailing them to get them back on the calendar to talk about their plan, because we want to make sure they stay with you. So when you're looking at a CRM, the reason I showed you this, when you're looking at a CRM, what I want you to think about is because you're collecting client data one way or the other. You either have it on a post-it note or you have it in a system. And so if you have it on a post-it note, then it sits there and you got to manually remember what's going on and where you're at with all of your clients. But when you put it in a system that's been built out where you can see where your prospects are at in the journey, are they a new lead? Have they scheduled an appointment? Where are they at in the onboarding? Do you have all their documents, etc.? Now you have a system that you can use to automate a lot of these manual tasks that you have to do, right? When you have an appointment scheduled on your calendar, you got to get the consent. So you can do that a couple different ways, but why not make it automated, right? When someone doesn't show up for a call for whatever reason, if you don't have a system in place, it's really easy to lose that lead. Then you just never hear from them again and they don't hear from you. So it's important to set up automations for that. Now, to get a system to work, especially in the online marketing space, there's a few different things that are happening simultaneously. You have an online booking system, which is included inside of Agent CRM. There's other tools like Calendly. You have funnels. So we got funnels built out. They're beautiful. They're ready to rock and roll for you. You have emails and texts that go out, and we have all of those built out in Agent CRM. So it's a full marketing engine that helps you keep track. So when you're looking at a CRM, what I want you to think about, if you don't have a CRM, I highly recommend that you check out Agent CRM and others that serve ACA agents. If you do have a CRM and you're not using one that's built for insurance, I want you to see like what a CRM that's built for insurance looks like and how dialed in it is for your sales process and your people. And just ask yourself, how many hours am I going to spend trying to get my CRM to work for me, to kind of bend it around my customer journey and what I need it to do, instead of finding one that's built out for ACA. So that's a quick, overview of what a CRM looks like, especially one that's built for insurance.
All right, what he just gave you there was the nerd definition.
Yeah.
Man, I'm going to give you what it means to us insurance agents. The CRM is a communicator. It talks to our contacts. Okay, it can talk to them when we manually do something like a text, an email, or we call them from the CRM, which is attached to your phone, your cell phone, or you can set up stuff to happen automatically without you having to do it. And that's what an automation is. So think of an automation as a job. Okay, it's just you create the job, you have all the actions that job, that workflow needs to do. And when somebody is assigned to this job, then the job starts doing its thing. Okay, that's what an automation does. And it is super cool. So instead of me hiring more and more and more people, it costing me, and my payroll keeps going up. The beautiful thing is that I've created automations that looks like I have 1 million people, but it's just stuff going out to my leads, to my insureds. I mean, it is super, super cool. And this is just one tool. He just went over one tool with you.
Yeah.
We got more tools. Okay. There's things in here like, why do you know we could do that? Go high level, which is the skeleton of what Agent CRM is built on. They're constantly adding tools to make our lives as insurance agents super simple. Now, besides the communicator, this is the bad side of the industry, guys. There's always something bad. It's not always rainbows and unicorns in our business. But I will tell you, being in business for 25 years, I have been sued 3 times. Okay. So you guys, it's not if, it's a matter of when. Okay. When you get sued by a client, I'm going to tell you this. You are guilty. I don't care what you say, guys. You are guilty. What the insured is accusing you of, you are guilty until you prove the insured wrong. So I've had the attorneys from my E&O come in and they're like, all right, Luis, the insured is alleging this. If you don't have anything to disprove what they're saying, we're going to be forced to settle. It's that plain and simple. If you give them nothing, they're going to settle. They don't want to go to court. Okay. So, and you think, well, that's why I pay my E&O premiums for. Let them go pay for it. It doesn't hurt me. Oh, it's going to hurt you guys. It's going to hurt you in the sense that going future with new carrier appointments, with increased premiums, I mean, it's just not a good thing to have an E&O claim on your record. So the beauty of the CRM, Alex, is there a way here on yours to pull up a contact where we can show the texting, the email, and the phone calling?
Yeah, the only problem is if we show a real one, then YouTube's going to take the video down because we can't display real contact information. So, because this is live on YouTube, that's why I stayed on this screen.
No worries. Okay, so we go to the contact. So we're just going to imagine here on the contact. You know what? I have a demo account. You know what? But still, it has. I don't want to get flagged anyway. So when you go to the contacts button, you're going to have all the information on your insured. Okay. Next to that is the conversation that you've had with your insured via text, via email, or if you happen to call, it'll have the recording of your call. Your E&O attorneys love this. They want it. Okay. You can download the conversation. You can do print screens. And now whatever that insured has alleged that you did, you can shut it down. Oh, what a great feeling to have stuff like that. And then now Agent CRM has built out where you can store documents for that contact on that specific contact page. So that's also a super cool thing. What other tools do we want to talk? I mean, I can talk about how I use it, but what are you seeing agents use besides the automations out there?
Yeah, a couple things that I think are really important to look at. Number one is under the opportunities, we have what we call pipelines. So these pipelines, so we have the lead gen. These are like people that have reached out to you, but haven't yet given you enough information to become a lead. So you can see where they're at and where they're stuck. The new lead, this again, visual representation of what's happening in your business. So you have the new lead, you got people who are in your nurture campaign. So then you can, once a week, say, I'm going to call everyone, all of my blues. I'm going to call all the people that are in the nurturing sequence. Then you have your appointment set. Then you have the wait, the no-show, appointment completed, abandoned, and sale made. So this is like the prospect to customer. And then you have your onboarding pipeline. So then you can see, these are the people that are in the new client. These are the people that are getting emails asking for a referral. These are the people that are in the cross sell and they're getting messages now about the other products that I have to offer them. And then once it's time for the renewal, you can see where they're at in the renewal side. So this is a great way. I'm a huge visual guy. I like being able to see like how many people do I have in each stage of this pipeline. And then the other thing, this is the last thing I'll show. There's so many things that we could go over, but I don't want to bore people who are like, we already know what Agent CRM is all about. This is a new thing that we have, this ACA funnel. And we really looked at the entire sales process, start to finish, and went, okay, what are we going to do to help our agents? Especially because you guys are insurance agents, we're the marketers, right? Let us do the marketing job. Y'all do your job in growing your business. So you can see here, it's one funnel, but there's multiple steps. You have an informational funnel here with a homepage and the calendar. It just talks about what the ACA is. You got your privacy policy, terms and conditions. For those of you that have had issues with A2P, that's why that's there. You got your document upload, which Lewis mentioned. So we have a beautiful form that collects a whole bunch of forms. We have a beautiful form that collects a whole bunch of files, puts it right up on the contact. So you have everything in one spot. And then we have some other informational pages here as well so that you can send those off in emails. You can put it out as a social media post. It's just basic information. And of course, on all of the pages that we have, not only your homepage, but also the informational pages that we've created, we got your calendar there so that as people are reading about it, they're on your website, they schedule a call with you. We don't want them looking around. We don't want them doing more research. We want them to see that you know what you're talking about and schedule a call with you so that they can take the next step with you as their agent. So those are the only few things I wanted to go over. Like I said, we could talk about this for hours. Literally, there's just so much that we can nerd out about, but that's not why I'm here. So, but Lewis, how do you use Agent CRM?
Yeah, so let's do this. So I have created 2 sets of workflows, one for ACA agents and one for Medicare. Since this is ACA, we're going to focus on this thing. But for my ACA, one of the workflows that I've created is the lead workflow for people that are running ads on social media. So there's a little technical know-how, but the beauty, would you would you click on support options, Alex? And
Absolutely.
You see where it says live Q&A. Let's do that just real quick so that they can see. This is why
Yeah.
I chose Agent CRM. Among other things, is that when he goes on here, you're going to see that there's 2 4-hour sessions that you can jump on a Zoom, and you can tell one of the Agent CRM support people, hey, how do I connect my Facebook ad to Agent CRM? Okay, so I don't know how to do it. They can, with a few clicks, they connect it. And then what happens is with my workflow, when that insured or that lead types in their data and it gets automatically entered to the CRM as a contact, a workflow begins. This is why we've been very successful with Facebook leads, because this is what happens. Number one, while they're on their phone, I don't know where my phone is, but while they're on their phone and they're doing their thing, and they click on my ad and they give me their info, they get a text within 30 seconds. Hey, Mr. Jones, this is Luis Moreno. Thank you for clicking on my ad on social media. I'm going to be calling you in a few minutes from this number. Okay, so you don't think it's spam. Okay, also be prepared, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I got my whole deal on it. I also send them a picture of me, so they don't think I'm some dude from some other country, whatever. I send them a picture of me. I send them a picture of the family. I send them a picture of my office with my team. I have a real cool picture where I'm standing like Superman. I'm doing this, and I got my team all lined up behind me. So they see a real person. So I send them that. And then I also do it via email, and it's instant. Then with a few minutes, I get a phone call. Luis, and they call, it's a whisper. It's weird. You have a lead. You want to talk to him? And if I hit a button, the CRM calls the client and connects us and records the call. Oh, I'm like, Mr. Jones, hey. And they're usually they're like, damn, you guys are quick. I'm like, yeah, we are. we take this very serious, and we close. Now, assuming, let's just say that the guy does this late at night. Okay, I got my phone on silent. The call comes in, I don't answer it, whatever. Then they're going to be getting a series of text messages and emails constantly for the next 2 weeks. All right, that's just one of my workflows.
Mhm.
I have another one called the enrollment workflow. Let's say that I enroll a client with Aetna. Okay, I've gone through my deal and I've enrolled them. Beautiful. I enroll them. And then what I do is I'll take Mr. Jones and I will give them a tag. In fact, we've even built out a new tool, but it's soon to be released, a hot button. But bottom line, what happens is you give them a tag that says Aetna, and then the Aetna workflow starts, where it tells them Mr. Jones, and they're going to get probably, I think, 9 to 10 contacts from me throughout the first 9 months. And it's going to let them know, hey, Mr. Jones, you are enrolled with Aetna. Here's what to expect. In about a month, in about a week, you're going to get a letter. Then you're going to get your enrollment kit. Here's what I want you to do. You're going to download the Aetna app. This is what it looks like. You can do this and this and this from here. If you need to call Aetna, here's their customer service number. If you need to search for doctors, here's the link to go do that. You want to search for your hospitals. You want to search for specialists. Here's the way to do that. And if you want to see what medications are covered by your plan, I put the link on there too. Then I continue emailing them. Hey, Mr. Jones. Hey, Mr. Jones. Hey, Mr. Jones. Then this workflow ends in September, I believe. Yeah, September. October, it shifts to another workflow called the open enrollment workflow. Okay. Now it's letting them know, hey, open enrollment is in November, and I hit them 4 times. First week in November, on October, second week, third week, fourth week in October. Hey, open enrollment, open enrollment, open enrollment. I'm your guy. I'm your guy. You better not go anywhere else. Okay. And so now I'm prepping them for open enrollment. Super cool. All right. So that's done. I have another workflow. Oh, I forgot. Part of that Aetna workflow is I'm cross-selling. I'm cross-selling dental and vision. I'm cross-selling indemnity plans. I'm cross-selling life. So all that is being done automatically without me doing anything. Okay. Then we do the annual enrollment or the open enrollment. And then this is what I call the biggest money maker for my agency. And I always say this, Alex, is that agents that sell Medicare, these guys, well, I'm one of these guys.
Yeah.
And I already have a kid in mind. I would probably get rid of one of my kids. The least favorite one, the one that's talking back to me right now, the one that told mama to shut up this morning. My
Ooh,
wife,
yeah, he's
dude,
gone.
she's crying. I'm like, what happened? She goes, Alex told me to shut up. And I'm like, that kid, that little sucker right now, I would sell him for a turning, not even sell him, I'd give him away, trade him for a turning 65 list. Okay. The turning 65 list, which you Medicare agents go bonkers over. I mean, you're like, oh my God, you know, it's a carrot, and you'll sell a kidney for that list. Okay. Well, there's no such list, guys. All right. I've been in this business long enough. There is no list. Okay. The list that they claim, it's nothing but crumbs. Okay. The carriers, they market, they got millions of dollars. They market. They get responses back from that marketing, and they give them to their internal agents. Okay. Yes. United Healthcare has an internal team. They're internal agents. The internal team sells them. What they don't sell goes on this list, which they then give to all of their FMO partners. Now, the FMO partners, they all get in the same list. They're giving that to all of their agents. And then they recycle this list over and over and over. And so by the time you get it, it's crumbs. I mean, horrible. I fell for it. But now you can create your own list. So I created a workflow that looks for people in my agency, in my book of business, that are turning 64 and a half. Then what it does, it notifies me by text and email, but it starts notifying the insured every month. Hey, you're almost 65. You're going to be joining Medicare. Here's what you need to do. At 64 and 9 months, it's telling them, you need to go to Social Security. You need to go to the Social Security office and book your appointment. You need to call Social Security and maybe do a telephonic appointment. Or if you're savvy enough, you can do it online. Either way, here's what you need to do. And I tell them, go get their A and their B. Then I tell them to call me. Here's a really cool story, Alex. I was in Moab on a photography workshop. And on this photography workshop, you take pictures in the morning for sunrise, and you take pictures at night for sunset. And then you're sitting there, and you're during the day, you're resting because we got up real early. And so I'm sitting there and I get a phone call. I'm like, no, I don't want to talk to this guy. Okay. And I'm like, hey, what's up, Mr. Jones? He goes, Luis, I've been getting all your text messages. And I'm like, what text messages? Yeah, that's what I said in my mind. He goes, I just got my Medicare card, and now the text message says for me to call you. And I'm like, beautiful. This is a call in turning 65 lead right there on the spot. I got my laptop out. I'm like, cool. I sent him the SOA. We got the SOA signed, and then I wrote him on the spot while I'm on vacation, all because of automations that are inside of Agent CRM. How cool is that?
Very cool.
Love it.
Let's take some questions if you don't mind. So I'm going to start with this is an excellent question. I'll form it into a question, but it's a very common statement, concern. So hold on one second. If you can stop sharing the screen, whoever's sharing the screen. Good. Thank you. All right. So this is from AK Homestays. The CRM looks like a longer learning curve. Now I'm going to let Alex kind of demonstrate or talk about how he addresses that. But I want to start off like, if you're looking at this stuff and your first reaction is, boy, that's a lot to learn that doesn't involve actually selling anything. Well, my responsibility, yeah, it is. And it has to be. And the truth is that any decent CRM, this is how it's set up. It's going to be front loaded. You're going to have to learn a lot, not just with Agent CRM, but with any CRM. And so the question isn't, is it a lot of time to learn or not? It's which platform is going to facilitate the learning process as quickly as possible so that you can focus your efforts on selling. So understand, it's not that you can just like set it and forget it. You're in business, guys. If you're going to get into a CRM, you know, you have responsibilities, one of which is learning a CRM and running it correctly so it actually returns in itself as an investment.
Mhm.
So Alex, can you demonstrate or talk about how you help onboard agents
Mhm.
so that they can feel comfortable using Agent CRM and getting results with it?
Yeah, great question, by the way. And so at Agent CRM, one of the things that we've worked really hard on over the past 6 months is to really shrink that learning curve and make it a lot easier. So here's what it looks like when you sign up for an Agent CRM account. So you'll sign up using David's link. You're going to set a free trial, and then there's a button that walks you through an onboarding process. It's a self-paced onboarding where you connect your Google Calendar and just make sure that your tools are connected the way that they need to be. And then you'll go into our click and play assets, which is all of our free pre-built stuff, a lot of the stuff that Lewis is talking about. You'll find ACA and you'll import that. And so you've connected your Google Calendar, you've set up your phone number and put that into the review process. And now you've got all those automations and funnels that I just showed you for ACA. Then there's a link up at the very top called Customizer. And in the Customizer, you type in your name, your social links, you upload your profile photo, and then just click save. Overall, it would take for the onboarding process, let's say it's about an hour or so. For the Customizer, it's about 15 minutes. And once you have that, you have the entire ACA workflow, automations, and funnels. They're all branded to you, personalized with your information, and all set up and ready to go. And then the process, it just kind of works, from there. Now, there's a couple other things you may want to integrate. Like I showed you the text in campaign, that's set up and ready to go. But there's other things that you could use, like, responding to Facebook comments and using AI to get them on your calendar. There's other fun toys in here that will take you a little bit more time. But overall, I mean, we've really cut it down. It used to be a freaking drag to get set up in Agent CRM or any other CRM for that matter. But our combination of the pre-built assets and then making the onboarding process super easy is helping agents get up and running within about, just an afternoon.
Yeah, and that's critical, and that's one of the reasons I like Agent CRM is because of the support of the process, the experience, because I know Alex doesn't want you to buy a CRM only to be bogged down away from the thing that pays the CRM bill, right? So it's in his best interest to provide the service to get things up and running as quickly as possible so that you can get back to focusing on selling and letting the CRM facilitate, make the sales easier and help you hopefully sell more. So the last thing I want to ask here, Alex, is what link do we need to share to the audience for anybody who's interested in what they've seen, if they want to learn more on how everything works?
Yeah. So go to agent-crm/David Deferred, all one word, agent-crm.com/David Deferred. And then when you follow that link, then you also get Lewis's workflows that he mentioned. And you'll have access to the ACA branding bundle that I just showed here. And so that ACA bundle will be released either later on this afternoon or tomorrow, but we already have so many things ready to rock and roll for you. So as the president of Agent CRM, I want to give you this word of advice for those of you that are just checking us out and signing up with us. Number one, yes, we are based on the Go High Level platform, as Lewis said. So there's going to be some things that look familiar, but we are not your typical Go High Level CRM. We have really built on top of that specifically for the insurance agent market. Number two, it is good to set aside time. As David said, this is, we do our part to make this as easy as possible. Lewis he's put in, I don't even know how many hundreds of hours he's put into his workflows, but then him and my team have gone back in and made it so that it's all customizer ready. So now you just enter in your information and all of Lewis's workflows are now branded to you with your calendar links and everything else. And the third thing is, please reach out to Agent CRM if you need help. Lewis mentioned that we have live Zoom support. You also have phone support. We have a great Facebook group. We do not expect you to learn this on your own. This is not something that you need to become an expert in. You need to know enough to see how it works, but you do not need to become an Agent CRM expert. That's our job. Our job is to help you become a more effective and efficient agent We'll handle the tech side. We'll show you what you need to know. Of course, we're not hiding anything from you, but you don't need to be an expert. So that was a very long answer to what is the link, but
And I want to add one thing, because guys, you need to learn, you need to know the CRM. There's a module in the Branning library, right? I don't know if you can show that.
Yep.
But guys, I think it's an hour long, and it goes over all the tools in Agent CRM. You at least got to know the language of the CRM. Okay, educate yourself a little bit. So go watch the Branning library, and it's an Agent CRM tutorial, and it walks you through everything. When I got Agent CRM, literally there I was at night, laying with my wife, and I'm sitting here watching the videos on my iPad. 1 hour, I went through the whole thing, and it gave me a really good understanding of all the different tools, how to add a context, what is an opportunity, what is a workflow. When I didn't understand it, watch the videos, guys. Help yourselves out a little bit.
Well, we're going to wrap it up there because time is of the essence. Alex, thank you so much for being here. And guys, I reposted the link in the YouTube channel again at agent-crm.com/David Duford if you'd like more information. Great. So Alex, appreciate you again, man. Take care.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, Alex.
Luis, we got 30 minutes till Oscar Gonzalez of Scale My Social comes on and helps us talk about paid marketing. What topic can we squeeze in here for the next 20, 25 minutes?
Let's get into, let's just say an agent says, man, I want all in. How do they get all in? So why don't we start off with carriers, contracting, and certification?
Yeah, go for it.
Let's do it. Okay, so let's start off with carriers. Okay, I'm going to pull this and share this. All right, so I'm going to share with you guys a map here. Okay. This map, they are updating it. It's a couple of months behind. But if you look at this map, guys, you got some gray states. All this means is that our partners not working in those states. It doesn't mean you can't sell in those states. It just means that we're not associated with any carriers in that state. But
the light gray, the light gray.
The light gray. Okay. Correct, the light gray. But let's look at all the other states, because there's just a few of those. Now, let's look at Texas, Florida, these dark blue states. These states are considered FFM states, Federal Facilitated Marketplace states. That means that they utilize the federal enrollment portal, which is called healthcare.gov. Okay. Now, the other green states, and these states are growing by the minute almost, I would say, not really, but these states, give me a minute here, I'm pulling this up. These states, like California, are you seeing the state list here?
Yeah, we got
David?
them. We see them. Yep.
Okay, so like California, Colorado, Connecticut. Yeah, I think there's 20 something states here. These are called state-based exchanges. They're still part of the Affordable Care Act. They're still under that umbrella. But these states, what they have done is said, look, we don't want to participate with the federal market. We want to have our own market. So with New York, for example, they'll have their own certification process. They will have their own market, and they will have their own quote and enrollment tool. Okay. So the good thing, and I'm going to put this on the link. Let's see if we can share this, David.
Sure.
If you're in New York and you're thinking, well, okay, great, I want to get set up. You go here to New York and you click on the New York State of Health website, and you can hop in there and do your certification and figure out, how to get set up.
So, Luis, on this topic, like, first of all, do you have to sell in different states besides your own? And then, are there states that are better to sell in? You mentioned FFM and that stuff. Maybe our audience doesn't understand that. Can you explain that a little bit and why this matters?
Yeah. So, as far as the FFM versus the state exchange, so you just need to know what state you're in. So, if you live in California, first of all, I tell agents, make sure you're set up in your home state before you start expanding into other states. Okay. So if you're a California agent, you're going to go to the covered Cal, CA.com. You're going to go to that site. I think it's Covered California. And you will, covered, let's see, where's it taking me? Coveredca.com. You're going to go there, and you're going to, now it's taking you to the consumer site. You've got to sit here and navigate and get to the agent portal side of it. But you're going to get set up with them. Okay, focus on your state first. Now, is one state better than the other? I would tell you, for me personally, because I live in Texas, I don't have any state-based exchange contracts. I don't care for it. I got plenty in my backyard. Okay, we're one of the highest uninsured states in the country. So why would I want to go and deal with any other state? Now, I do have other state licenses because some of my clients have moved away and they're like, Luis, come on, help me out here. I don't want to talk to anybody else. I'm like, damn, fine. And I go get my license and I proceed. But work on your state first and then think about expanding. Now, what we will do, if you're in California, we'll get you set up with these 5 carriers. There may be more, but these are the only 5 that we're working with. Okay. If you're in Texas, we've got what, 8, 9 here. If you're in Florida, we got a bigger list of carriers. Okay. So we've got plenty of carriers, guys. So we will help you get appointed with those carriers in your states that you want to sell in. And then the certification process is this. Let's say that you're in California. Well, you're going to do the covered California certification. But if you're in any of the blue FFM states, you will go here. You will go to portal.cms.gov. You will go here to this site and you will do, and I have a walkthrough. In fact, I'm going to share this walkthrough with you right now, David. 1 minute.
That's why you're looking at that. Jose, you've asked a couple times, what about New Jersey? Jersey is a state-based exchange, right? Not federal.
Let's go here.
I think that's...
Yes, New Jersey is not federal.
Yeah, so in order to sell in the state of New Jersey, Jose, you got to go through the process here.
David,
and get their state-based credentialing done, which is usually pretty easy. It's not, the FFM is pretty simple. Like I got that done in an afternoon. I imagine the carriers or the state-based ones are just the same, and they're going to have a different onboarding process than what you're going to see a little bit here.
If you guys would do me the favor and go and subscribe, I've got this new agent FFM certification, and I just shared the link with you. And
nice.
It is,
okay.
I have a walkthrough, guys. Okay. If you click on the video will pop up and you go to the description. Down here, I've got links for the how-to.
Agents,
This is the only problem, guys.
Think ACA.
Oops, sorry about that.
The portal where you certify for the federal market is a government site, which means they don't make it very user-friendly. So you've got to go through the slides and click and follow their steps. I have given you that step-by-step guide on that video. Now, the good thing about this, guys, is that once you do the certification for the federal states, they will work for all of the states. Okay.
Right.
So you don't have to, all of the blue states, all of the federal
All of the
states,
FFM
okay?
states, right? Yeah.
Correct. So you are good to go. Here's the other good thing. Get to that correct site. The other good thing is that now, go back. So many windows open. Here we go. Okay. So that certification will work on all these states. The good thing is, let's say it's me and here in Texas. Okay. And I want to start selling in Oklahoma. Well, all that I would do is get my contracts for Oklahoma. And I would be, as soon as those contracts are good, I would be ready to sell. And I don't have to do any more certifications. So they work for all of the blue states. Okay. So just know that. It's not like Medicare. With Medicare, you do your AHIP and then you have to do certifications with each carrier.
Right.
Not with ACA. So here's my advice to agents. If you're in Texas, you get all the carriers. There's no reason not to get them. Get every single carrier, because what has happened every year since ACA has been around is the carrier that's the least expensive one year will not be the least expensive the following year. So you're going to have a lot of churning of clients from this one to that one.
All right.
Secondly, when you're enrolling somebody, these carrier or the plans that are available by these carriers are county based. So based on the county of your client, you want to make sure that you have all the available carriers for that client. So that's why I want you to get all of them. And then in addition, if you're doing your job the right way, you are sorting the plans out by the doctors and the meds. So again, when you go and quote on the platform, you want to make sure you have all the available carriers. So get them all.
Right. And real
Okay.
quick here, for everybody's sake here, if you're interested in doing ACA with Luis, I've got Luis's information, his email posted in the chat. You can contact him directly. I don't recruit agents directly to ACA. We made a decision, about 2 years ago, to go entirely into the direction of final expense. But I still like doing these trainings because I know not everybody wants to do final expense. I'm cool with that. And plus, we need this stuff out there, right? So I'm going to put the email out here in the chat for those of you who want to reach Luis. It's Luis at 360 Financial Group.
No, just 360 Insurance Group.
Oh yeah, 360 Insurance Group. Is it .com?
Yes, .com. Hit me up, guys, and then I'll walk you through contracting. And here's the deal: don't delay. Open enrollment starts November the 1st. So if you're going to want to do this, hit my email up. I'll send you a series of emails. Contracting is a pain in the butt. That's the worst part of this thing. So we'll get you contracted. You do your certification. You will be ready to go for November the 1st. So
questions, guys. If you guys got questions, this is a good time here. We got about 15 minutes or so until Oscar comes on. Please post them now. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you guys have. Maybe we can try to fill in some time here, unless there's a smaller topic you would like to talk about, Luis.
Yeah, no, we can do this. This is always a good topic. So once you get certified, guys, there is a website where you can go check, and you want to go check that your certification, that you're on this list. So I'll post this site here so we can share this, David.
Yeah, please.
So this site, you would go here and you'd plug in your NPN. Okay, there's mine, and you hit update. So it'll pull your NPN here. Okay, now you'll notice here, I've been doing this since 2014. All right, so your certification will pop up in here. I get questions about SHOP. Do I want to get set up with SHOP? SHOP is for group, and it's never materialized. So I've done it a couple of years, and then I haven't done it since 2021. There, at least in Texas, there's no SHOP. And to my knowledge, there isn't SHOP anywhere. So don't waste your time on taking the SHOP class. Just do the individual class. The second thing that I get is, Luis, I looked at yours and yours says yes, but mine says no. What do I do? Ooh, got a problem, guys. It's not a huge problem, but if yours says no right here, it is because something is not matching. Your NPN and how you took your certification is not matching. And if yours says no, what this means is that you will not get help on demand leads, which is the free stuff that I'm going to be talking about in the marketing. You're going to want to get help on demand. Okay. That's all that is it's a service that healthcare.gov gives people who are trying to self-enroll and get stuck. Well, it lets them hit a help button, and then that information gets routed to an agent based on their location. But if yours has a no right here, you got a problem. Maybe your license is inactive, which is not a good thing. You shouldn't even be doing this if you don't have a license. But a lot of times what I see is a mismatch in the name. When you took your certification, you put John Smith, but on your NPN, it shows John Smith, something else. They gotta be identical. Otherwise, it's not gonna validate and you're gonna get a no. And we have any questions popping up, David?
Yeah. Let me go through here. How long does it take to get certified?
An hour.
Yeah, it's easy. And then the other thing too, correct me if I'm wrong, Luis, once you get FFM certified, you're certified in all of the accompanying states, which is about 25 of them. You still have to get your license, you still have to get your health license for those states. You still have to get appointed with each carrier for those states. but you're credentialed if you want to go that far to get licensed. Is that correct to sell in those states?
That is correct. So let's say I'm in Texas, guys, and I want to go sell in Oklahoma. The first thing you need to do is you need to go get a non-resident license in Oklahoma. Once you get a non-resident license, then you'll go back to your contracting portal, which we use Sure LC. You will go to that portal and you will add these carriers. If you already have them in Texas, then all you're going to do, like for example, we have Ambetter in Texas and there is Ambetter in Oklahoma. So you would go on there and you would add a state to your Texas Ambetter. If there's, let's see, Oklahoma has, okay, so Blue Cross Blue Shield of Oklahoma, that the Blues are state-based. So if you have Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas, I would need to request a contract, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Oklahoma, to get that set up. So first is non-resident license, then you go request those carriers in that state that you're wanting to get that non-resident license in. Now, in addition, David, do we have any questions?
Yeah. Michelle, I see your questions here. Do you accept part-time? Yeah, just reach out to Luis in the email. Are free low-cost leads available? Yes, we're going to talk about that here shortly in the next hour, specifically about marketing. That's a huge component of this business. Compared to other products, my opinion, it's simpler to sell health insurance. It's a tangible good. Everybody knows they need it. There's subsidies for a lot of our prospects that they pay little to nothing, right? It's not like selling something and you got to take their money, right? Or a life insurance plan even where they may not feel like they need it because, well, I'm not going to die anytime soon, right? But with that said, it's really important to have a strategy in place to cultivate prospects. So Luis has been doing this for years. He's bought leads, generated his own, and has done organic outreach. So we're going to spend a good bit, probably about top of the hour to the next hour, talking about that. So definitely sit tight. We'll speak about that. Let's see here. Again, just scrolling back here. Thanks for your patience. If you guys had questions, we missed them. Throw them in the chat.
So a couple of things while David is going through there. So in addition, for those of you wanting a contract, we will get you set up with all those carriers in whatever state you're in.
Right.
But you're also going to get hit with the dental and vision carrier contracting and then the hospital indemnity. So there's 3 sets of initial contract. Then if you don't have live carriers, connect with David. Okay, David will help you out with that. Am I right on that, David?
Not directly anymore, but we can refer you to 360 Direct or something like that.
Oh,
we
perfect.
we stopped recruiting just offhand contracts. We just do final expense now. So unless you've had a working relationship with us for years, but we can help you out. We'll refer you somewhere. Yeah, it's easy. And we'll talk more about the strategy of cross-selling dental, vision, and hearing, indemnity, life later on after our marketing talk, because that is something that makes a huge difference. I don't even think we talked a little about the money per se about with those, but they can help boost that first year commission up substantially. So more to come on that. So, okay.
And also I did forget one thing, David.
Please,
in addition to the dental and vision or the ACA, the dental and vision and the indemnity, we will also set you up with short-term carriers if you don't have them. Like I said, there's a new rule, new law, September 1st, where you can have a 3-month policy. But still, there's people that need coverages in between plans. You can offer them short-term, fully underwritten plans, and we can set you up with 3 of those short-term carriers.
Right. Okay. Question from Leah. I'm going to try to decipher what this is. Yes, anybody who's watching this, where to live in Atlanta, Georgia, you can go back to the same link at any time after this is done in the future, indefinitely, and watch the recording of this. So if you miss this because you got to go to work, got something else to do, just know you can click back on this and watch it later. So no worries there. Let's see what else here. So this is from Leah. So how do you fix the no call them? I'm not sure. Do you know what that means? I just assume it was the no dial stuff or the way that I'll tell from a marketing standpoint, you always have to have explicit permission to contact leads. And if you're doing any kind of marketing, you want your form and this is kind of standard issue with a vendor or a third party that you work with, but you want some kind of opt-in compliance for you to contact them if that's what you mean. That's simple to do on pretty much any advertising platform.
And I think the do not call that she's referring to is there was an organization out there promoting the no talk leads.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that guy that promoted that, he's on the suspension list. All right. Doing crap you're not supposed to do. There's not a shortcut, guys. Okay. And why the hell would you want to not talk to a client? You want to establish you. Okay. So now when I say talk, it doesn't have to be verbal talk. It can be text talk, email talk, but you want to have that conversation where you're insured, where you're figuring out what they want, and then you're giving them what they want, okay, or recommending what they should have. Got to have a conversation. So that platform of the no talk crap, man, I hope,
and to clarify, that's much less of an issue now. The carriers are coming, if you were late and you didn't hear this, the carriers are stomping down on the CMSs as well. There's some stop gaps in place, and I think it'll get better as time progresses. And the key problem with this, if you're unaware of this, was a lot of this stuff in writing on the ads said you could do whatever you want, like without even talking to the person, like change of agent of record changes. That was where the fraud came in, and it's just not good for business.
David, I want to share, on this one topic before we get Oscar, I'm going to share 2 emails that I got from carriers. In reference to kind of what we're talking about here, talking to insureds and making sure we're doing things right. So Aetna sent this out to all of their brokers. Bottom line, here's what they're saying. Termination for cause. That's the word that I was looking for.
Yeah, for cause.
Okay.
Yes, that's the one you don't want.
Yes, you don't want that. So here's what Aetna is putting out. And a lot of carriers are taking this stance. So like many carriers, we've seen levels of unacceptable activity and behavior. Okay, fine. Due to these circumstances, we made a decision to conduct comprehensive, sweeping review of potentially prohibited agent activities. Okay, all right. Effective immediately, Aetna will be reviewing agent activity and will send a letter of inquiry to an agent when there is a complaint filed, either with healthcare.gov, with the Department of Insurance, or directly with Aetna. Now, you're going to have to talk to them and talk to the person from Aetna, and here's what they're going to want. They're going to want your consent and they want your confirmation. They're going to want that, okay? They're going to want, if you don't provide them that, you're going to have a very serious problem with it. Now, Aetna is just asking for consent and confirmation. Okay, I'm going to show you the one that we got from Ambetter. Okay, here's the Ambetter one. Okay, so with Ambetter, they're doing the very same thing. We've been reviewing complaints and we're taking termination actions against brokers and lead gen companies that have been misleading consumers. Bottom line is you do not want to use, here are the prohibited activities, but here's what they expect you to do. Engage directly with a client to explain coverage options and recommended plan. Engage. So the no talk crap, that's not engaging. Okay. Provide the consumers complete and accurate information at the time of enrollment, including income and eligibility requirements. And then provide accurate information through the entire sales process and enrollment process, including advertising. And then here's the consent and the confirmation on the accuracy of the data. So they are expecting that. Here's what you can do according to Ambetter. You cannot collect consumer information in some version of consent via online forms or social media ads. So you can't just run an ad anymore and then on the privacy have that being the consent. Not going to happen. You cannot use unapproved Ambetter health logos or copies in advertisements. You cannot use, you cannot have misleading advertisement that promise monetary or other incentives to enroll. That was a huge one. Okay. So whatever you do, I want to share this. I've got, whatever you do, guys, if you are working with somebody who's going to be running ads for you, man, do not. I made a copy of these. I spent one day and was on here. And look at what I have, guys. These are ads that were out there in social media. Okay. Whatever you do, make sure that you're knowledgeable on what they're going to be posting for you. Just don't give them, hey, go run it, because it's not going to be on them. It's going to be on you. Don't run this crap. Get a free Visa gift card. There is no free Visa gift card. Okay. Here's the other more popular one that I've seen. No, it's that the yellow and red one. Okay. Unemployed get free $500 Visa gift card. Okay. Here's another one.
And we can't see it, Luis.
Oh, you can't see them. I'm sorry. Okay, let me go back.
You got to share your whole screen,
Okay.
not just
How
tab.
about
There
now?
it is. Perfect.
Okay, so here is this free Visa gift card.
Yeah, we saw that one.
Okay.
Yep.
Here is this other one here, the yellow one. Don't, whatever you do, I mean, you know, it is not free. Okay. They even got down to where they were giving away a vacation. I mean, right here, enjoy a 4-day, 3-night. You know, you can incentivize. And then there was one, and I think I made a copy of it. Where they were, no, I did not. Where they were offering $6,400 back. Guys, take control. Either you run your own ads or whoever's doing them for you. Take control and find out, show me what you're going to put out there. Because if they get a hold of this and you got an Ambetter check coming in, they're going to terminate you for cause and you're done. Okay. There goes your new business commissions and there goes your renewals. Okay. I will be honest with you. I make about $250,000 a year from Ambetter. I'll be damned if I'm going to lose that check because of an ad like this. So whatever you do, don't. Also, make sure you're talking to clients. Talk to your clients. Now, if you recommend a bad plan and you did the best you can, that is not the issue. The issue is that you had a conversation with them. But I'm going to teach you guys towards the end, you're not going to be recommending bad plans. This business is so easy to do the right thing.
Well, good. I'm going to let Oscar Gonzalez in here. He's loading up, so he might take a second. Real quick to check the chat here. Do you see AI?
David,
Say that again.
I'm going to go grab something to eat real quick, but I'm going to still be hanging around here.
Yeah, man, no problem. So question from the chat here, and then Oscar, hey, how you doing? We'll get to it in just a second. Do you see AI replacing insurance agents in the near future? My answer is no, because you need a license to sell this stuff. And I think you'd have to change the law of who or what can be licensed. Where we do see AI changing is really facilitating the sales process, right? So think of all the different things that you do as an agent without tech, and then imagine where tech could have an impact, like the front end of the call. The automation on the texting side, like ACA CRM does, maybe facilitating underwriting on the carrier side. So AI, in my opinion, for the insurance side is going to be a sales enabling tool, but it won't replace us, right? Now, some people will there be automated processes? They're already out there, but none of them have really taken any major market share in our space. And that's comforting because that tells us there's an absolute role for the agent. As much as the carriers would all like to get rid of us, and they would, trust me, we're necessary in order to get policies sold. So that's good for our job security. And then what are your thoughts on a possible future single payer system and its impact on the health insurance agents? I think that possibility is probably something that is 10 or 20 years in the future. I don't think currently that it's going to be, maybe in a generation. It's a possibility, but right now I don't think there is this is just my opinion. I don't think there is a congruence of opinion on both sides of the political aisle until a lot of the people who believe in a non-single payer system die. And that's going to be a long time from now.
I think that's that Medicare for all thought. And you know what? If it turns into that, we'll be selling Medicare Advantage and Med Subs all day long.
And guess what? We're going to have supplements, and there's going to be private plans, and there's going to be something for you to sell. You know, it goes back to that. It's like there's always an opportunity. It's going to shift and shape over time, but don't feel like, and I know that's not necessarily what you're asking, but that's the benefit of working in this market is there's always government insurance is not complete and it's not going to be the best. There's always going to be some kind of hole in it that we can backfill with an actual product or supplementary. Okay. So let's shift gears. Let's talk marketing because I believe in ACA having a solid marketing program is critical for your success. And what we're going to do here is bring on Oscar Gonzalez. He is the owner of ScaleMySocial.io. And what Oscar does is creates ads and manages ad campaigns and helps agents become masters at marketing in the ACA space. Oscar has had firsthand experience doing this himself on the marketing and sales side for ACA. So he doesn't only just know what to show from a marketing standpoint, he also knows experientially how to sell it. And he has that kind of experience that makes such a big difference when it comes to running successful ads. So Oscar, welcome. Glad to have you. If you don't mind coming on the chat here, give us a little 30-second to 60-second rundown of who you are, why agents should listen to you.
Awesome. Well, they should. But yeah, guys, thank you for having us, David. Always a pleasure to join these. You know, a couple of like funny things come to mind when you ask, why should they listen? I don't know if they should listen to me or not. You know, I do have some experience. We've had a lot of, a lot of knowledge built over the years. So I come from an e-com background to kind of lay down a foundation of my kind of advertising and selling things online. So I started a company back in 2012 in the e-com space, and we sold everything we sold. We had over 15,000 SKUs. Every SKU was sold using online ads, affiliates. So I've been in the marketing space, particularly selling within social media since 2012. About sometime around 2020, I sold out of that business and got into insurance. And my original plan was to come in as an agent, learn the business, because I thought there was great opportunity, and then build an agency. And opportunity kind of just shifted for me, and with the knowledge that I have, and so that led me to where we are today. But I've spent the last really 3 years, the better plus of 3 years, generating leads for my own agency, myself when I was writing ACA, and I still have a book of business that I take care of. I'm getting ready for enrollments for this year. Now I have some assistance, but nevertheless, so I generated quite a bit of leads. And then as just a lead gen agency now, we've helped, obviously some of the larger companies in the space, including your own agency and many others. And so with ACA, we manage quite a bit of independent agents and agencies as well that are gearing up for this open enrollment. And so that's kind of the knowledge that I have. I don't always know everything, but I certainly have been through enough of what doesn't work to kind of figure out the things that do work and how to double down and identify those things.
Right. Absolutely. Well, thank you again for being here. So let's jump right into marketing. So what is working in the marketing world for ACA with everything that's changed? We just got done talking about the no dial system and all the free money that will flow like manna from the sky if you just enroll in this plan without talking to anybody. Obviously, that's BS. What's working now? What do you see working, and what should agents be putting their money and marketing dollars towards to generate ACA clients?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, look, for those that have been in ACA for a couple of years, understand the whirlwind that it's been. The deceptive advertising, just the marketplace has been really, really tough to not just generate business, but keep that business, right? With all the AOR issues going on. And so it was really the Wild West, as sometimes things with the government and government programs are. And that's what happened here, right? And so it opened the door for a lot of deceptiveness, a lot of bad players to come in, make huge sums of money. And now that's being changed. And so what's working this year is essentially the exact opposite of what worked last year, right? You can literally take the exact opposite approach and you are going to find success. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doubling down on. That's what some of our clients that are already running ads and have been running ACA ads to SEP people throughout the year, that's the stance that we're taking. And so what I mean by that is, last year there were a lot of, again, deceptive ads, bad advertising, promises of money, promises of, money for groceries, all this nonsense that was out there. It led to a consumer that now feels a great amount of fear on who can they trust, right, to get them the right plan for them and for their family. And I think that's the biggest pain point that folks have. Every year, people are concerned, obviously, about the cost of healthcare. What does it cover? And my out-of-pockets? Those are standard. Yeah, go ahead.
I have to interrupt you. This is so critical that you cover this, and I'm so glad. Like, if there's anything worth watching, like if you pick up anything, this is it. Like, it's understanding that because there's all this fraud and all this bullshit, it doesn't eliminate the need that people have to have a product like this. And a smart marketer, as you're going to go into, understands and identifies that as an opportunity. Because a lot of people think, oh, it's scammy, nobody trusts anything. But that's the thing. There's still a demand for it. And for the person, as you're going to describe here, that can display trust, that can display knowledge, that's who's going to win this ACA open enrollment period. But yes, please continue.
That's correct. Yeah. And that's it, right? That's what's going to work this time. And I think it pars well with the idea of that if you're going into ACA or you're building a book of ACA, longevity is the name of the game here, right? You're not going to get rich in a few months. It's going to take some time, right, to build a giant little nest of little acorns that each pay you X amount of dollars. But if you can get enough of these, boy, it really amounts to quite a bit of money, right? And so that's the stance this year. Who can they trust? That's the pain point. And I joke around, especially recently, and I'm a markets guy, right? I'm always looking at, where can I put money? Where can I shift money out of? What's the risk? And it's typically, right, when you look at a market crash, it's typically the money starts coming back into investing when people are running for the hills, right? When everybody's saying ACA is the worst, you can't do it, it's going to go down, nobody's making money, it's impossible. That's literally when you should be putting, in most cases, your money into that investment. And the same thing applies here. I think there's a massive opportunity to reach all these customers that went through deceptive ads last year and deliver a lifeboat, right? Hey, here's who we are. We're professionals. We've been doing it for a long time. We know exactly how to do this. You need to speak with somebody to get this done properly. Forget about the deceptives. Forget about that. So that's the message that we're really taking on this year. And again, it's going to help us build credibility. It's going to help us build several things. So we're actually going to go into, I pulled some creatives that I wanted to share and so that everybody who's a part of this gets an understanding, right? And these are creatives that are already in use, right? And that are about to get used going into this open enrollment period. So if we're good, I'll start sharing these right now. Let's
set that up on your end. So we're going to show you some real life creatives, meaning ads on Facebook that are working, that are getting results. Again, most people don't like to show their ads. We don't show our ads at the DIG Agency. We don't want to show our hand, but Oscar's nice enough to oblige to give you guys.
Yeah, look, ideas. I think, we have a good enough creative process, right? It's not rocket science, right? A good message is a good message, guys. And I welcome good competition because in the ad space, in Facebook and in social marketing for insurance, gosh, it's pretty subpar out there, the ads that you see. So when you put something that really has a good message, has a good marketing kind of, structure, you're going to get results. So let's go right into it. These are a couple. Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, Oscar, as you pull that up, I'll let you know when I see it on my screen. If you have questions, post them into the chat. We'll spend about 5 minutes and about 15 minutes, Oscar, answering questions. So throw them in there. I'll get it. Make sure you guys like this if you haven't already. That helps the algorithm share this video with more people who need to see it. And then make sure you're sharing your audio too, Oscar. And also one more thing. The ads we're about to see may look a little goofy because the streaming isn't super smooth. We've experienced this last time. So if it looks kind of like weird, it's a streaming issue. It's not like how it actually looks. It looks a lot better when you watch the thing. So it's just because we're streaming live. So okay,
that's correct. Yeah, it is a little laggy.
Oscar, yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So getting right into it. So these are a few different creatives, right? We're actually showing some creatives that are part of our ACA marketing pack. which is something that we put together with Luis and Alex, who you guys saw earlier, or I think earlier today already. But so these are actually some of these creatives that are in this pack that we're going to be using and clients are already utilizing. So I've chosen 3 different ones. This one is just a basic kind of scene to scene video, typically known as a B-roll ad. And it just delivers a message. So we'll get right into it. We want to stay under 45 seconds, guys. If you're going to start running ads, especially videos, the shorter, the better. 40, 41 is really at the top of it. But again, we're trying to deliver a very specific message, which is one of the topics today that we'll talk about or that I'll discuss with you guys. But it's important to keep these videos short. Make sure you have them in all formats, not just vertical, square, horizontal. You want to be able to hit as many placements where your audience are within the platform. So let's start with this one.
Hey, Oscar, go restart. You may need to reshare the screen and then make sure you share audio. We're not hearing anything.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Let me go.
That's okay. So you should be able to share, and then there should be like a share sound when you share your screen over to the right under options.
Got it. Yep.
Yeah.
I found it. Okay.
Perfect.
So let me change this. Okay. Can we see this now?
Yeah, we got it now. If you'll just restart
Okay.
it. Good to go. Yeah.
Yep.
Perfect. Yeah, it's still not sharing the audio. You're probably not sharing your whole screen. You're probably sharing like a tab. If you go to share and then share the entire screen, not the application window, then that should do it. And then make sure you click share sound.
Got it. Okay. Got it. Sorry about that. I think this should
Okay.
work. This should work.
We're doing it live here.
All right.
Everybody understands.
Let's try it one more time. Here we go.
Health insurance in
There it
America
is.
is
Perfect.
complicated, and what makes it even worse are all the deceptive and bait and switch ads. I got tricked into one of those zero-cost health plans, and it cost me $3,800 last year. If you've had to pay back money because of your health insurance choice, then listen up. I found this completely free educational online event that goes over all the big changes coming to health insurance for 2025 and goes over the basic things that you need to know before choosing your health plan for this upcoming year. The event is completely free, and you can watch it from the comfort of your home. Click below and register. Spots are filling fast.
So in this one, you're pushing a sign up for like an educational event. Explain why and the benefits of this.
Yeah, this is again a project that we created with Luis and with Alex, and so Luis is really the mastermind behind this idea, and we see this often work in live events, right? In Medicare, where folks, agents will go to a 55 and older community and set up events to speak to people at once. This is the same approach, but we're doing it online. We're just holding online seminars, free educational events, where we get to provide consumers information about ACA, right? All the things that they need to look out for, how to make sure they choose the right plan. And it's basically an informational, again, educational event that leads the person to giving them enough value where we build the trust, right? Again, on that same concept, what's working, taking the exact opposite approach of last year. So we're coming in, educating, providing value. Therefore, people are going to be receptive and say, wow, well, this is different from all these crappy ads that I was getting last year. Let's see what this is about. Doesn't cost them anything to sign up. And we'll talk a little bit, but it creates a funnel, right? Because some folks will watch some of it, some will sit through the entire thing, and then they'll have an opportunity to book a call or connect with a live agent.
So you're directing them from the ad to like a standalone, we call it a video sales letter. So they just click and watch it. They get the education, and then they're given an option at that point to set an appointment or call in if it's available. Is that how it works?
That's correct. Yeah, we capture the first thing that happens is when they click on the ad, they'll go ahead and just fill out a registration. So we're going to capture that lead. Now we have that person's info. Now it goes into our agent CRM system or our CRM that we're using, and automation begins. You also have the chance to call them. But what's even better is now the person is registered. They start watching this video, this seminar. The seminar maybe is 10, 15, 17, somewhere around there. I think it's like 15 minutes. But it covers, again, all the basics, gives enough information to the viewer to keep them watching. It also gets them engaged and ready and wanting to speak to an agent at the end, right? Mentioning stuff like, hey, if you want to make sure you get the right plan, the best thing you can do is to talk to an agent. And by the way, it's completely free. It doesn't cost you anything. So we're encouraging these things. At the end of it, we then bring the person into a calendar, and we're going to let that person pre-book an appointment with that agent or connect directly into a call center, depending on the size or if it's just an agent. So those are the different options.
So, and you're collecting the information. I mean, your guys so the agent, let's say they're doing this with you or doing a system like this, they'll have their calling, and so they got to opt in first to see the video. So you'll have their information.
Correct.
Then there's a next level. If they watch the content, then they'll fill out a form to, set an appointment so there's a next level lead, right? So there's different levels of leads that you can target, probably with different automations, different call cadences, etc. It's cool because it's kind of a self-qualifying process, right? To get to the best.
That's correct.
The best process.
And it runs 24 hours a day, right? It doesn't require you. It's a pre-made webinar that was created by us. And so we have that entire package available for you guys.
Awesome.
But outside of that, this is just one, right? And we're going to talk about one of the subjects I know that we're talking about today is like, how to get the right person in your ads, right? How to generate a good quality lead, which we'll go into it. But this is a method, right? We're focusing on those folks that had a real bad experience last year. And hey, we're going to help you this year. Come into our free event, and providing, again, that value, giving something up for free really goes a long way, playing on that theme of, gosh, these guys are here to help. They're not promising me a bunch of stuff. They're just giving me some free information. Let me go check it out.
Yeah. Pro tip, if you're wondering if this actually works, it's working on you right now, right? I mean, like you're on my channel, you're watching my stuff. Some of you are like sold, even though I've never talked to you, never spoken to you in real life, that I'm the agency to join, right? That's the power of a really good educational approach to marketing. And it works not just in insurance sales, it works in everything if you have the right strategy, the right funnel in place, which Oscar will talk about more as far as how you can leverage it. Okay, what's next?
Okay, now we'll show, let's show this one. And this ad targets a different type of person, right? So we'll talk a little bit about that. And
just real quick before you play that, if you guys are wondering about these are all ads. If you're wondering about strategies that don't cost you anything, that's coming shortly when Luis comes back here in about the bottom of the hour. But yeah, continue.
Perfect. So this is a 20-second ad. It's very quick. It's very direct. You'll notice that it's punchy. So it's kind of just trying to keep somebody's attention and deliver to a specific person. So here's how that works.
I'm now getting tax credits from the new government program. It's been approved for all Americans. I have free preventative care year-round, access to the best networks, $3 medications, and $5 doctor visits. Don't wait anymore. If you're not on Medicaid or Medicare, you need this. I put the link for you right below. Just click on it, answer the questions, and get approved in minutes. Save time, money, and get covered today.
Okay.
Now that's AI, isn't it?
This one is, this is an AI.
Yeah. And I want to bring that up because again, it's choppy watching this, but if you actually watch it, like the actual ad without the lag time, it looks really good. And it's so close to the real thing, like a real person talk, like nobody can really decipher the difference. And I don't even think people really care anyway, even if they can, if the content delivered actually speaks to them. And speak on that.
Yeah, I think that, the further we get into the rabbit hole of AI, right? Because now it's open and now it's not getting closed, right? We just saw yesterday the OpenAI, the founder of ChatGPT, just closed a giant, massive round of funding, something like $160 billion, guys. And it includes every major tech company in the world, right? So this is not going anywhere. This is going to blow out of the water over the next 3 to 5 years. And so people will become more and more comfortable with intaking content created by AI, especially the younger generations, right? As you can see, this is targeting more of a younger person. It is a younger person talking about getting credits. We all know how unaffordable it is right now for younger individuals that are trying to get to college, trying to start a career. It's tough out there. And so this really speaks to them. But yeah, the AI component, I think, is something that will just be second nature. And the ones that are utilizing AI now, which is what we do, I use it heavily in my business, I use it in creative. I think the ones that start adapting it now will see the biggest benefits throughout, throughout the coming years. And when I jumped on, I knew you guys were talking about, or I heard you guys talking about the AI component. Somebody asked, will it get rid of agents? And gosh, I think we're so far away from that, guys. There's many other things that AI will wipe out before it wipes out agents, because the one-to-one is still a real factor, right? Speaking to a real person, I think will become a commodity and a real asset to businesses, right? Because at some point, I think there's businesses that are completely run on AI, and people will look to have that personal touch. So again, if you can take the negative side of things, or you can really look for the positives, and in the positives lie opportunity, guys.
And guys, we have to be licensed as an individual to sell this.
Correct.
Like AI has not achieved personhood yet, so
right.
and that's the nice thing we have different states, different rules, different guidelines, and we can lobby them. Like worst comes to worst, and I think there's a lot of industries that are going to follow that. Like there's going to be workers that speak up and say, you know what, we're not going to let us get this replaced. We're talking white collar jobs, not just blue collars getting replaced. Like I think there's going to be a huge pushback against, the complete elimination of millions of jobs. So I think that's to come. But my point is, in the short term, like all this does is make our lives easier at the moment. And we have the added layer of licensing requirements that, prevent, the Terminator from taking over.
That's right. Yeah, no, all tools that you guys should be getting used to. Look, I'll give you a comparison. I saw this happen in the e-com space, right? Where companies were not adapting, and e-com is probably one of the more advanced industries out there, right? And over the years, it too found many people that became dinosaurs, many brands that are now gone, completely gone, because they didn't adapt to what was coming. The Amazon, the online selling, how to gain customers online, how to capture people, and how to retain people online. That is now the game, right? And so it's going to happen in insurance as well. Those that really adapt and start utilizing technology, you're only going to see better results from it. Okay.
So yeah, let's skip this last ad if you don't mind. And I think you wanted to hit on something. We're kind of getting to the end of this. So
yeah, let's do. Yeah, I think one of the other things that I had was what is working? How do I attract the right person in my ads this coming open enrollment, right? And I think this is important, because if you just have a very generic ad, then you're just going to get very generic results, right? That's how basically that works. So the more you can really pinpoint, and the more you can really deliver a real message, which is why I love video, and everything that I've built has been based around really video marketing, is because I can deliver a real message to people. And in a world where generic is no longer working as good as it used to work, creative's become a very big step, specifically in this, right? Like, how do I generate the right lead? Well, it's in the creative, it's in the messaging. And some of those examples that I can give you specifically for ACA, right? So we saw two right now. We just saw the one that's attracting folks that had the pain point of getting screwed last year, having to pay out of pocket, and through the IRS getting a bill, right? So we're targeting that person. That's going to deliver that person that went through a bad situation last year. Now we can also deliver different messages. So I wrote down a couple of examples. One would be, have you lost Medicaid, which is a yearly, right, special enrollment period, which ends, it does end, I believe, later this year, but there's other SEPs. So we're targeting, hey, have you lost Medicaid in the last 30 to 60 days? Well, this message is for you. Now that's going to bring you, right, folks that just got out of Medicaid, that lost Medicaid and don't know how to cover, how to get benefits. You're going to get that type of consumer. Then you can do things like, here's a good one. Getting very little help from ACA, right? So that would be a hook. Hey, are you a family of more than two getting little financial assistance from the ACA? And is it costing you an arm and a leg to get health insurance every year? If that's you, listen up, right? Who are we targeting there? We're targeting folks on the higher income levels, right? Families that are not getting ACA assistance or tax credits. Those are really good customers to try to get because those folks are not going to switch throughout the year, right? If they have a family, right, I'm not moving from my ACA plan throughout the year ever because I need my family to be covered. I'm paying an arm and a leg on it, but I know that it's there when I need it. I'm a great customer, right? And so you want to target those folks because those are good to be part of your book. I think they're all good, right? I think, but the more you can target and diversify within your book of business, the better. Are you a family covered under ACA, right? So now I'm targeting to get more heads under one enrollment, right? If I can speak to more families of 2, 3, or 4 plus, then I'm going to give myself a better chance to then be able to capture more heads under one application.
Right.
So that's how you do that, right? And one of the big things, that just to kind of last mention is, add-ons on ACA. That's always a huge part. I don't know if you guys have covered it already or if you will, but
dental vision, all that, that's coming in about 30 minutes.
This is it, guys. You guys got to pay attention to add-ons. It is literally the one of the biggest part of this entire equation. If you're in ACA, you're moving into it. Add-ons are humongous. And so again, you can target to be able to speak to folks who perhaps have a little bit of a higher budget, right? And you can talk about some add-ons. You can really increase the value of each customer. So
that's
what I got.
We've got a package that you guys can buy from us. Can you talk a little bit about the ACA marketing pack and what agents would get? And then I'll share the link as you describe it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Look, the ACA marketing pack again, guys, is everything that I've just talked about, but like already done for you, right? It's basically a pack that includes all of the creatives that you're going to need to run, right? It's going to include access to Agent CRM with all of the workflows already prepared directly for ACA, created by Luis Moreno himself, updated by him. And then it's going to include, which is the kind of the secret weapon here, right? Is the webinar, the actual educational event. It's already made for you. We have 2 ways that you can use it. You can either use an AI version, or you can use the ready-made one that doesn't have a face on it. It's just the educational webinar event, right? Or here, look at this. I think is this it? Is this it, Luis?
Yep, yeah, that's it. So it's an educational 101 webinar for your clients, and we're not going to give it away here, but this is the first page, and it's a recorded webinar. And literally, what it's doing, guys, it's educating your clients. It's very, very simple. I'm going to get off this, and it is approximately how many slides do I have? It's 11 slides. It talks about the mistakes that most insureds make, and then it talks to them about how it works. Talks to them about the metal plans. It talks to them about the essential coverages that are covered. And then it ultimately leads them to say, look, now that you have an education on what ACA is, now here's what I would like for you to do. And it goes into the next step where they either book an appointment with you or you get their contact information and you start working.
Cool. So the link is in the chat, guys. I'm going to spend about 5 minutes, Oscar, if you've got the time to answer some questions. Let me answer this one from Rajan Griffin. I know you've asked this a couple of times. How does the book of business work with us? So with a lot of ACA, the way ACA works is that the money flows into the national marketing organization and then gets distributed down to each individual agent. The question becomes, does the upline that you have some sort of contractual language in place that you're vested with that business? So with us at 360, you do. You own the book of business. It's totally yours. It's contractually signed off. That's one of the paperworks that you sign so that everything that you write is your business, even if you don't do business through us over the long term. So with us, at least, you're protected. You own your book of business. What platforms will these ads run on? So Facebook, I mean, that's where a lot of our effort is on, although TikTok works great. Probably Instagram as well. Other platforms I'm sure are out there, but basically a lot of people are on Facebook. So go ahead, Oscar, add to that, please.
I do, yeah. For ACA specifically, guys, if you can have the budget, now you got to really look at your budgets, right? But if you have the budget, if you only are spending 50, $100 a day, stay on one platform, right? But if you have money to spread around a little bit, TikTok for ACA is a great platform this year. It's going to be heavily utilized, but I think the audience that you're looking for is there. So TikTok is a big one. Instagram is a massive one for ACA as well. So just a couple tips there.
How much control, Cindy asked, does Facebook have on your ads? It's like, regardless of any campaigns I try, leads are always $35 a lead in the end anyway. So this is why you should just do the done for you service with Oscar, because if you're paying $35 a lead, there's something terribly wrong with how, and look, Facebook's complex. I don't do any of it in our agency. We turn it over to the experts, because I mean, if you could even drop your lead cost to 10, I mean, you're saving 25 a lead. And if you did that 10 times a day, I mean, like, you would pay for itself over easy, right? So buy some consulting, get with Oscar and the team. That is way too high. Anything you want to add to that, Oscar?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, it's not, I don't take this the wrong way. It's not Facebook, it's you, right? There's just, the ad is set up. There's something in the process of that campaign that's set up not properly. Could be the creative, could be the lead form. There's a multitude of things. I posted my social media account, so feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to help and try to take a look at it if you want us to. But yeah, it's just setting it up properly, guys. It's got to be done right. And people spend millions of dollars looking for the right. That's what marketing is about. And so it's one of those things where, yes, you can figure it out on your own, but I will tell you that in 12 plus years of doing this, I've spent and have tested probably in the millions of dollars of things that don't work. And that's the only way that you get to what actually works, right? That's only the way that happens, guys. So just keep that in mind.
What AI tool are you using to generate those? If you want to share that, if you don't, that's fine.
There's a bunch of them out there, guys. We actually have a program directly linked into ChatGPT, but there's stuff like Opus to create and cut videos. There's stuff like CapCut that's offering even as basic as that, right? You can go use CapCut and it's creating AI videos already. There's another one called InShot. So there's a couple of them. It does take a little bit of skill, right? Like, again, AI will give you a very good basis, but you do need to have the creative element. AI is not creative. AI is following direction that you currently give it and creating on its own, but it's not perfect. So it's still going to require you to have a creative knowledge on who your audience is and how to target them properly, guys.
Yeah, the way you master the AI processes to learn how to speak and deliver what you want, so AI can take your concept as clearly as possible and communicate it into reality. So garbage in, garbage out otherwise, right? So again,
correct.
Let the creatives deal with AI. Okay, great. So yeah, again, acamarketing.online for the ACA marketing pack that we're talking about here. The link is in the chat. I'll put it in one more time. And I'd like to pivot here, Oscar. Thanks for being here. You're welcome to sit around and chill out, or you can bail, whatever. I want to talk a little bit. Yeah, thank you, Oscar. I want Luis, you to talk about grassroots efforts to find prospects without having to spend money. I'm sure there's some people in here that are like, well, I don't want to spend 100, 150 a day in advertising. What can I do to generate leads without putting out a ton of money? And you've done that very successfully. So take us from the top on your thoughts on how to execute this.
I will. So what Oscar was talking to you guys about, I consider that hunting. It costs money to hunt, okay? And you're going to get leads fast and quick, okay? Or quick, whatever. Now, grassroots is like farming. You got to plant the seed, well, you got to get the soil ready, and then you got to plant the seed, and then you got to water it, and you got to sit there and wait for it to do its thing. Well, that's what grassroots is about. So don't think that you're just going to go out there and grassroots it, and all of a sudden you're going to be flooded with leads. Not going to happen. It's like building a relationship. All right, so let's talk about building relationships, or who to build relationships with. Number one, we're going to start off with doctors and clinics. All right, I stumbled onto this, David. It's kind of I did it and my light bulb turned on. So this is how it happened. I had an insured come into my office. Got business owner. We insure his auto body shops. He came in and he goes, Luis, my insurance counselor. I'm like, really, bro? I mean, the guy's making great money. Like, what happened? My credit card expired and I didn't renew it or I didn't update it. I'm like, oh, he goes, man, I'm in trouble. Who do you think he's in trouble with? The wife.
Yeah.
He's
always
like,
the wife.
the wife goes, the wife, she's got these issues and she's seeing these stocks and now there's no coverage. He goes, whatever. He goes, I don't care what you put us in, but here's what you do. You got to make sure that these 3 doctors are in whatever plan you recommend and just get it done for us. The guy hands me his stuff. I already had his info. He takes off. Perfect. So I'm sitting with a guy here and I find the plan. I'm like, okay, all good, similar rates, whatever. And and the guy's instruction was make sure that these 3 docs are in the network. Well, I checked on the my provider link, which I'll show you guys how to do. But I decided to call the doc. Hey, doc, I'm sitting here with my client and they lost their insurance. We're getting it back. I just want to confirm, do you take this plan? And she's like, yeah, we do. Okay, perfect. Can you just tell me what other ones you take just in case? I'm going to just jot them down. So she gives me the other 2. Okay, fine. And I do that for all the docs. I hit a home run. Then I'm like, God, what a dummy. Okay, think about this. I'm like, just had an opportunity there and I blew it. So I call the lady back. Hey, this is Luis. She goes, oh, what is it now? Hey, you know what? What do you do with all of your people that don't have insurance? Or the people that have insurance, but there's 5 other plans here that you guys don't take. What do you all do? And she's like, we tell them they have to cash pay. You probably, you don't see them again, right? They end up going somewhere else, so you lose the patient.
Right.
She's like, yeah. She goes, well, you know what? How about this? How about you send those people to me? I'll make sure they get in one of the 3 plans you take. How about that? She's like, oh, that sounds great. Perfect. Here, Betty, here's my phone number. Just call me when you need me. I hang up with her. All right, this is getting funnier. At least I think it's funnier. And then I'm looking for a sticky note and I'm looking all over my desk. I'm like, I got 20 sticky notes. I'm like, I bet you this lady put my name on a sticky note and she's going to be just like me in a couple of days and can't find my information. I'm like, all right. So I pick up the phone and I call her and she's like, really? What is it now? I'm like, Betty, is it okay if I email you periodically just to keep my information? She goes, just quit calling me, but yes, email me. I'm like, perfect. She gives me her contact information. I create a workflow and I send her emails every other week. Hey, Betty, this is Luis. Remember, I'm going to be your insurance guy, whatever. All right. Before I hang up with Betty, I do this. Hey, Betty, how about a date? She's like, I beg your pardon? I'm like, how about a date? How about a lunch and learn date? How about I come to your office, okay, and I'll bring you a Chick-fil-A platter. You know, tell me if the girls want salads or whatever, and I'll pick up lunch. I'll bring you guys lunch. And what I'll do, in fact, I'm going to walk away. Don't go anywhere, guys. Don't leave. I'm back. But this is my goal. I want to go to her office to introduce myself so they can put a name with a face. Now I'm real, but I want to go put this. Okay, these are little rack card holders. And these things cost me $2 each. Okay, rack cards. These are heavy stock paper with business cards. And I put this on when they check out. I put it when they check in, and I put it throughout the lobby. Now people are sitting there and they're like, I think I'll take one of these with all my contact information. So the point of that long story was, bottom line is contact doctors and clinics and don't talk to the doc, talk to the insurance person. Usually it's a woman. And I will just tell you, do what I just did. Now, you don't have to have a real client. You can just say, I'm sitting here with John and I'm going to send you John. Okay, John's going to be your new patient. So you're bringing them something. And then you switch the story to, hey, by the way, can I get a list of what carriers you take? And you get that list from them. And then, hey, can I be your guy? Can I be the guy that you send business to when you have patients that have no insurance or they're enrolled in a plan that you guys don't accept? and I will do everything in my power. Also, it's also what you put them in the plan that's good for the insureds, but I'm going to do everything I can to keep them with one of the 3 carriers you take. Okay, so the light bulb turned on. Now what I do, guys, is I don't do it anymore, but my guys over there, they call one doctor's office a day and do the same story. One a day, and they have a spreadsheet and they're writing their stuff down. We get leads daily from doctors' offices.
That's great.
Huge. All right, so that's number 1,
I
doctor's
mean,
office.
I'll say this. I mean, just even thinking about that, like, you can scale this, right? You know, you just go out there, and the strategy could be, I'm going to talk to doctors' offices or admin professionals at hospitals where they're helping these people out and be the point of contact and create a lead that probably isn't necessarily online looking for insurance, right? So it's a great strategy that will help a ton of people and help all the physicians and hospitals get paid too. So they'll love you as much as clients.
Oh yeah. So right now, my biggest lead source, David, is a cancer center. And I got 3 or 4 of the nurse navigators, and they call me, hey, Luis, we got another one. And here's what's happening. Because of cancer, their income is dropping. They're leaving work. They're losing their insurance at work. And they're like, can you help us out? I'm like,
oh, that's genius.
Oh, hell yeah, I
can.
Beautiful. And I already know what plan that hospital takes. And the oncology department, all those doctors, I already know where to do it. For me, it's automatic. And it's a good feeling to be able to help those people at the worst time of their life.
Yeah.
Super cool. Okay.
What else?
So doctor's offices, clinics, go and start hitting those up. Now, I would suggest phone calling, because number one, if you walk in, they have excellent gatekeepers.
Yeah.
You are not going to compete with the pharmaceutical reps. The pharmaceutical reps get inside the door. Those are very beautiful people, guys. When you look at pharmaceutical reps, man, they hire models. Of course, they got to do whatever they got to get in the door. We agents, we're just going to get shoved off. So I would suggest that you phone call and then set that date up for a lunch and learn.
Luis, you get in. You're handsome.
Yeah. No, but yeah, I sit there in my doctor's office and I see a girl walking. I'm like, pharmaceutical rep. Yep, and she goes right in. I'm sitting in the lobby waiting for 3 hours. Okay, cool. All right, so doctors and clinics. Number 2, I shared with you guys that I'm a P&C guy. I have a farmer's insurance office. Okay, I am the rare 1 out of 100 P&C guys that does health insurance. The other 99 don't want to touch it. Why? Because they're idiots. They're dumbass. Ooh, I shouldn't say that. I mean, guys, I don't know why they're not doing it. I try to convince them to do it, but they don't want to touch it. They're so busy with P&C, auto, home, commercial, that they just don't want to touch it. So walk into a P&C guy's office. Maybe start off with your personal P&C guy, the guy who insures your auto, the guy who insures your home, or insures your rent, has your renter's insurance, whatever. Hey, John, make it a point, whatever, sit down. Hey, how can we work together? Here's what I want to do for you. Okay. Number 1 is I want to offer health insurance to your guys. And here's why. You don't want a Luis Moreno to steal your client. Because guess what I'm going to do? If I get their ACA, I'm going to try to take the auto and home and commercial. So number 1 is I'm going to prevent them from going somewhere else. That's a big plus for the P&C guy. Because remember, it's not about you. It's about what you can do for him or her. Okay, so P&C, hey, I'm going to help you retain. I'm going to split commissions with you. Remember, they're licensed. Okay, you have the ability to split or just give them a referral fee. You pick. I've usually done $50. Doesn't matter if I write 1 head or 5 heads. If I write them, I'm going to give you $50. So now we have a money incentive. Number 3, I'm going to call your clients on your behalf, Mr. P&C guy. What do you mean? Yeah, just give me a list of your auto renewals. Okay, I'm going to call all your auto people, and here's how it's going to go. Hey, David, this is Luis Moreno. I'm calling from the John Smith Insurance Agency, and John asked me to call you to tell you thank you and that he loves you. He really appreciates your business. Okay, they're like, when does a call ever? When has your auto guy ever done that? Okay, so you're sitting there like, okay, cool. Well, by the way, so my name is Luis, and what I'm doing here at the John Smith Insurance Agency is we're helping his insureds with health insurance. So where's your health insurance at? And you dive in and you knock it out. Now, in your course of doing stuff with that client, assuming you continue with a conversation, if you uncover a need for life insurance, you're going to dump that lead right back to the P&C guy. Hey, Mr. John, here you go. Talk to your client. Hey, they don't have life insurance or interested, call them. Beautiful. If they don't want to call them, then you get it. The other deal is you're going to tell the agent, hey, by the way, tell me, do any of these guys have home insurance? If you're calling the auto insurance book, do they have home? How can I tell? Have them show you. That way you can cross-sell for them. And now you're bringing him leads. Hey, I just talked to David. David has his auto insurance, but he doesn't have the home. He wants to bundle. Dump it on his desk. You move on to the next client and let him decide what he wants to do with that lead. So
Nice.
You're not only contacting this book, you could be bringing in money for sales, but you're cross-selling for him and you're not charging him a penny to do that.
Right.
Okay. So that's number 2, David. That's a P&C guy. Okay. The third one, another story that just, the light bulb turned on. I had a referral from a friend of mine. Hey, go see my retirement guy, my financial guy. He's really, really good. I'm like, oh, fine, I'll go. So I go in and I'm thinking the whole time, this guy's going to pitch me on, he wants to manage my money. I'm like, all right, I'll listen to it. I walk in and I'm sitting at a round table with 3 or 4 guys and the owner of the firm. And I'm thinking, damn, that's a lot of people. All these guys want to work me. And I'm sitting there and the conversation goes like this. Luis, we have a problem here at this firm. If we do our job right, people are going to retire early. The biggest hindrance from them retiring early is health insurance. They have it at work. Okay. And if they retire, they're going to lose it. Because we also have another problem of people turning 65 and they come to us for help with their Medicare and we don't know what to do. We don't want to know what to do. We manage money and we're registered investment advisors and we can't accept commissions. We charge a fee. They're fee-based advisors. And
Right.
so I'm like, they don't want anything. They're like, can you help us out? Now I do a once a month seminar where they bring in their people that are losing insurance due to retirement and losing their workforce, their workplace plan, or they're retiring. And I just sit there and I'm their consultant, which these people are now is automatic trust. That's
Right.
the third one, working financial pros. Okay. If you go to my YouTube channel, guys, I have all this listed in there. If you just go under my channel and search under networking, you will find the videos for these 3 grassroots marketing. Here's the 4th one.
Panels shared in the chat, guys, if you want it. Go ahead.
I'll give you those 3 videos here in a minute, guys. I'm pulling this picture up. Give me 1 minute, David. This is the 4th one. I'm going to see if people can think of where I'm at. All right, guys, put it on the chat. Where do you all think I'm sitting at here?
So like about a
Any
15-second
idea? Let's
delay,
see.
so it'll take a second here.
Yep.
Let's see. I see carpets, knickknacks, vans,
Tools,
tools,
goodies,
boxes,
right here in the street.
in the middle of the street.
Well, in the middle, it's okay. I don't know if anybody's gotten it, but it's an open air flea market.
Flea market, swap meet.
Swap meet, yes, I do antique insurance for all those cars at swap meet. So pretty much the same thing. So I set up a booth out here and I would go for Saturdays and Sundays. Okay. And I would sit there and it got so busy for me that I had to now convince some of my girls here at the office and I'd have to bribe them. Can you please come help me? Because I would get people lined up and I hate for somebody to stand there and just walk away. I would chase them down. And so, yeah, there's me and my daughter there. And she's
is it called La Pulga?
La Pulga, yes.
Pulga.
P-U-L-G-A. You got it. La Pulga.
Yeah, someone said that in the chat. I was like, please. Oh, I get it.
Yes,
Flea market.
yes.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, they know what I'm talking about. Okay. So, guys, you can go to open air flea markets. Okay. There's indoor flea markets, there's the outdoor ones. They're in every city. And guess what, guys? What kind of people are here?
Our people.
Low income, the majority. I mean, you'll see, yeah, I mean, it doesn't prevent people. I mean, sometimes it's a really cool experience. I like going to these things, but the majority of the people that are there are low income people, which are Obamacare target rich clients.
Right.
So I had chairs there, I had my computer, I had iPads, and we would write them up on the spot. Okay. And the ones that I couldn't do, I set appointments for them for the following, either for them to come see me the following week, or I hit them up during the week. But super, super cool. So definitely hit up flea markets. The other thing that you can do is you can just market at any kind of center, senior centers. Of course, I thought this was an ACA, what it is, but there are seniors that have Medicare that maybe have a spouse in the house that is under 65. So you can go hit those up. I mean, the only problem with that is that it takes time. Okay. A lot of it isn't instant. It just kind of takes, it's not as instant as social media paid advertising.
Right.
Okay. Now I'm going to share with you a social media non-advertisement. Okay. So give me a minute here. Let me pull this up. So,
and then after that, guys, if you have questions, throw them in the chat about any kind of grassroots marketing or any paid marketing that you'd like to ask. And then once we're done with that, we're going to switch to briefly talking about the sales process and how to ultimately close and cross-sell these ACA leads that you're generating.
Okay. So check this out. Okay. I'm going to share my personal Facebook here. All right. Wait, you know what? Hold on here. Stop. Let me make sure you can share my sound. Okay. So you can do these and they're posts. They're not paid. They're not sponsored ads. Okay. Let me revert this back. 56 second. Luis Moreno here. Simply Health Insurance Agency. Open enrollment. It is just around the corner. Guys, if you need health insurance, get a hold of me. Like my video, I'll contact you, or send me a DM and I'll hook you up. Guys, we have carriers like Blue Cross Blue Shield, Aetna, United Healthcare, Oscar, Ambetter, Molina. We've got every carrier in Texas. If you need health insurance, do me a favor and do yourself a favor. Connect with me. We have enrolled over 1,700 people last year. We have a book of business of over 5,000 clients. We can help you find the best possible plan. Get a hold of me. I'm local. I'm here in Texas. I have an office here. It's staffed by me and my family. So I would be glad to help you out. Again, this is Luis Moreno with Simply Health Insurance Agency.
Nice.
So the reason I share this with you guys is that check this. You see these people right here? Okay. These people right here like my video. Here's what I'm going to do. Pay attention here, guys. John Martell. Okay, guess what I'm going to do? Now, I know John Martell. I'm going to send John Martell. Hey, John. Thank you for liking my video. Okay. All right. Then I'm going to hit him up. Hey, and I know him personally. I'm not going to hit him up right now. But I'm going to say, hey, John, do you need health insurance? I would love to help you out. These are 10 free leads. I can contact David, Chris, Karen, Blanca, Johnny, Pilar, Lee, D. And I can contact these people and send them a direct message. And it's free. It didn't cost me anything. Now, if you're wondering how the heck did I create that? There is an app called you can't see the thing. It's called Captions. Okay. And literally on Captions, you can record yourself and it'll take your words and turn them into, or your voice and turn them into words. Very easy, quick, record it, you put it into your photos, and then you upload it to Facebook. Do a video a day.
Yeah, this is a excellent idea. So we're doing this now, even at the DIG Agency on the recruiting side. And I mention that because I have, at this point, 10 plus years of organic content on YouTube, but we're trying to grow our presence on Instagram. in order to recruit agents, right? So we've changed up our content strategy, but strategically we're going after in an outbound fashion, kind of like what Luis is describing here, contacting people who comment or who like your videos, and then beginning a conversation with them over DMs to qualify them to see if they're interested. So some people will like your content before reaching out. And if you don't do outbound to solicit the interest, they might go to somebody else or lose interest, right? So this is a great no-cost strategy. Put that content out on you don't need a business page. You can put it on your personal page and talk to the people who like it, just to ask them, and you'll find business that way. It's great. Okay, now, yeah, go ahead, and then we'll wrap it up
Here
after
in my
this.
office, David, and this is what he does every day. He posted this. Okay, this was yesterday. This is him. He sits literally right there, and he posts this, and then so he just every day he's posting that. He's a little not too polished. Let's look. No, can't look at. Let's look at this one. Give me a minute.
And I'm demonetized.
Yep, here we go. No. But where is it? Okay, I was sharing some, but look what he did. Have to be perfect. It's just he created it. I mean, so little videos like that generate interest, and then so he himself is rolling 40 to 50 a month from this stuff. And he was at a high, he had one where his future son-in-law is going through some horrible health issues. Well, while he's out at the hospital, in the last video he did, he had the emergency room sign up on top. And so he's shooting a video about how the health plan that he has sold his future son-in-law is helping him out right now, keeping him alive pretty much. And you just got to be creative, guys.
Yeah. Last couple of things. Let me answer these questions, and then Luis, I want to move into the sales process. How do you sell this? Really brief on the sales process. It's pretty simple, guys. And then spend some time on the cross-selling. So question here from AK Homestays. Thanks for being with us the whole time, AK. How do you source your leads in the FE marketing? Very much similar strategy. It's actually interesting. I'm sitting here, I learn as much as you guys do. I love the idea of a educational approach to the ads, like sending people to a video to get more information on how our programs work, how quotes work, why they're different. So I'm probably going to steal their idea and come up with a variation of our own, because nobody really does that in our space. And I don't know if it's going to work or not, just because it works for ACA, may not for final expense, but it's worth a try. So yeah, but otherwise we're heavy on Facebook. We do some other platforms. Our goal is just to convert somebody into a lead and then have our outbound team call and close them on the first call. Okay. All right. Let's switch gears here. And we're coming to the last hour or so of our training. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. Now let's pivot over to how do you actually sell this stuff? So what we're going to talk about, we're going to, as you can see on the screen here, see some content about Health Sherpa. We're going to learn what this is, how it facilitates sales, and then talk about, Luis, if you can talk about the actual process to get somebody on the phone, what you say to them to get interest. And then from there, how do you cross-sell, find other plans like dental vision, et cetera. So other than that, I'm going to step aside. I'll be here in and out for just a moment. I got to take care of something real quick, Luis, so I'll let you take over and take it from here.
Okay, guys, I'm going to come at you all with a lot of information here, okay? We're kind of winding down last hour, and I'm kind of running behind. But check this out. Health Sherpa is a tool that you're going to use to quote and enroll. So you're going to go to healthsherpa.com. It is free. Okay, you're going to click on 4 agents and you're going to sign up. You do not need a join code. Okay, I get what's my join? You don't just sign up and get a free account. Okay, once you get in here, there is some tools that they'll guide you, but you're going to sign up. Let's see here. Once you sign up, you put your information. Okay. You're going to create an independent agent account, a solo agent account. Later, if you end up having some agents that work for you, you'll want to change it to an agency account, but that is a matter of a phone call to Health Sherpa. So don't worry about that now. Just create a solo account. Join an assistant agency. You don't need to do that. Okay. Now, after you've gone in here and you've created your account, the next thing you need to do is you need to choose the states that you're licensed in and choose the carriers. Now, one thing to be very careful here in this scenario, guys, just because you click Blue Cross Blue Shield of Arizona does not mean you are appointed. You still have to go through the appointment process to get it. All you're doing here is you're telling Health Sherpa which carriers you're appointed with. I've had agents click on this thing thinking that that this is the appointment process. This just means that you're appointed. Okay. All right. Then you want to turn on the referral program because there are sometimes some plans that we don't offer that don't pay commissions. Like if you're in Florida, you can't sell Florida Blue. But if you refer it, you get a $25 referral fee. So it's better than nothing. It'll at least pay for the cost of the lead. So you want to turn this on. You want to put your FFM username. This is a huge, again, I know agents and agents don't know how to read sometimes. Okay. Enter your FFM. The first question I get, what's my FFM? Like, geez, could you read the very next section here that says also known as your CMS portal login? That right there, when you went to go certify, it's your login that you use to certify. Okay, the same one. Then you put your NPN. Okay, it's gonna go check against NIPR, which is gonna go validate that you truly are licensed and that you are set up, that everything is matching. And then you're gonna get approval to start working on Health Sherpa. Okay, that easy. All right, now what I'm going to share with you now is we're going to jump into Health Sherpa. I'm going to teach you guys here real quickly how to do the job and how to explain an ACA plan. All right. Screen. Here we go. All right, here we go. This right here, guys, this is part of your dashboard, and we're in the quote feature. So when you get your Health Sherpa set up, this is the quote details. These are the members in that tax household, and this is the results of what you put here. So here's an example. Let's go to mom, dad, and 2 kids. Plug in their zip code. Okay, let's put in a 35-year-old mama with a 30-year-old husband, and they have 2 kids, but the 2 kids are not going to get insured. Maybe they have Medicaid or CHIP. Maybe the father, the dad, this couple is newly married, and the dad has court mandated requests or mandated by the court to provide coverage for the kids. Whatever the reason is, we're not insuring the kids. All right, but when they file their tax return, we got mama, dad, and the 2 kids on the tax return. So you would take this to 4 people, and then we're going to add the income. Let's say that mama makes 30,000 and dad makes 30,000. So they make a combined 60K. Based on this, these are the results. They are going to get subsidies and they're going to get cost sharing reductions. Now, what a subsidy is, this is a tax credit that is applied to their monthly premium. Okay. If the numbers that you enter here are inaccurate, they're going to have a problem at tax time. For example, remember this number 769. Let's say that they have a great year and they end up making 100,000. You see how the savings went down to 299? So what's going to happen at tax time? They got 769, but they really should have only gotten 299. So they're going to have to pay the difference back. So 769 minus 299, that's $470 times 12 months. They're going to owe the IRS back $5,600. Okay, miscalculated. Let's go back to 60,000. And let's say that they overshot. They had a horrible year and they really only made 40,000. Well, at 40,000, they were getting 769. That's $100 difference times 12. That's $1,200. They're going to have a $1,200 credit because they should have gotten more help and they didn't. So it is important that we get accurate income information. Let's go back to the 60K. Here's the other problem, guys, that if you didn't quote this right, let's say it's mom, dad, and 2 kids, and they told you, hey, these 2 kids have insurance somewhere else, and you screw up and you put 2 people here, you just jacked everything up. If you look this thing on the right side, you see here how they got less subsidy, but what happened to the cost sharing reductions? You just screwed your client over. Okay, so you need to make sure that on household members, these are the people that are on the tax return, not physically in the household, on the tax return. Okay, I get the question, but how many people do I put here? It's 4 people, but the sister lives there with her boyfriend and 3 other kids. Do I put all of them in the household? And I go back to the question, who is on the damn tax return? That's how many people you put here. If the sister is not on a tax return and her boyfriend and the other kids are not on a tax return, you don't put them in here. If, for example, you have mom and dad and those 2 kids, but those 2 kids, they live here, but they're being claimed by the other parent, then you don't count them. Because it's based not on living arrangements, it's based on the tax filing status or the taxing, the people on tax returns. All right, hope that makes sense. Now, savings and cost sharing reductions. I'm going to get into how you search and how do you find a plan. All right, so number 1, this is how much gets reduced from their premium every month. Cost sharing reductions, if you take the mouse and you put it right over this, it tells you there. This is a discount that lowers the out-of-pocket expenses. It lowers the deductible, the co-payments, and the co-insurance. Okay. All right, I'm going to show you how here in a minute. Okay, but here's the deal. Look at what it says at the end of that. It says for silver plans only. Okay. So that means if you select a bronze or you select a gold, these cost sharing reductions don't get applied. You're like, okay, well, what's the big deal about applying or not applying? Let's go check it out. So I'm going to stick with one carrier. So first of all, on the left side of your screen, you got your doctor tool, you got your prescription tool, you got the carriers, you got the metal levels of all these plans, and then you've got the networks. All right. So to make this easy on how I explain, I'm going to stick with Blue Cross. So this means it only pulls Blue Cross. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to find a bronze plan. So I'm going to pick this My Blue bronze plan. Okay, that's number 1. Then I'm going to switch to silver. And I'm going to pick a My Blue silver. And then I'm going to pick a My Blue gold. Okay, I'm going to compare now. Now they are side by side. Left side is bronze, silver, gold. If you look at this thing right now and only look at this maximum out of pocket, forget the premium. Which one would you choose? So I don't think David's monitoring this right now. And I don't have a way to see the comments, but I would assume that The bronze has $9,450 per person. The silver, $3,000. The gold, which is supposed to be better than silver. Remember, if you're in the Olympics, you want to win the gold medal. Okay, that's first place. Silver, second place. Bronze is third. Okay, but look at the gold. The gold is also $9,450. In this scenario, the silver wins all day long. But you're like, Luis, but it has a premium. Okay, let's do some math. I take 95, let's round it up to 100 for ease. 100 times 12 months is $1,200. $1,200 plus 3,000, that's $4,200. That's still better than paying $9,450 if you get hospitalized. Which one would you pick? Now, I do have clients that would say, oh, I'm not going to pay that. I'm superhuman. I'll never go to the hospital. Perfect. What do you want? Okay. If I take this out of the equation, I'm like, well, which one would I choose here? Well, I'm going to recommend the gold. Gold is better than bronze in this scenario. Okay. The deductible is lower. So that's a good thing. The out-of-pocket is the same. Okay. My primary care is the same. My specialist is way better because this is 50% after the deductible of $7,400. This is 30% after $1,000 deductible. So the gold is going to be better all day long. Plus my generic drugs are cheaper. Everything is better. So again, it's dependent on the insured. Okay. Now, I'm going to go back. I'm going to add the silver. Okay. Now I got all three of them. Dang it. Hold on here. Got to redo this again. Okay. Those are my blue. There's the silver. There's the gold. Okay. Now, I just shared this, okay? We just saw the same scenario here. Now, let's go back here and let's change this to $100,000. Okay, look. Make too much, you still can get subsidies, but you may not get CSRs. Now, when I go to the compare, the ballpark changes. Look at the premiums. Okay, look at the maximum out of pockets. Now that we're not getting cost share reductions, which one would you offer? Probably wouldn't offer the silver. It's got a high, it's just for the cost, it's not worth it. More than likely in this scenario, we'll go with the bronze. Okay, it's still $9,450. It's got a high deductible. Now I'm gonna explain all this, how this works in a minute. Okay. No charge for primary care, $10. I'll probably recommend this one. Okay, but guess what? I'm going to present and let the client tell me what they want. Okay, I'm not going to make the choice for them. I'll even send them this, and I can go to this little share button and I can send this to my client so they can view the very same screen. David, are you there by any chance? Do we have any questions? Let's see if he hits me up. All right, let's go back. I'm going to go back to my 60K here. Okay, and let's go to my silver plan, and I'm going to share with you how I explain. Let's say my client wants this plan. Okay, so remember, first thing is I will print the summary of benefits, or I will download it and I will email this to them. The summary of benefits is in a question, answer, and explanation format. Send it to them. Okay, they have it. Okay, what I like about this is it tells them what is not covered. There's no abortion, no acupuncture, no bariatric surgery, no cosmetic surgery, no dental care, no infertility treatments, no long-term care, non-emergency care outside the US, no private duty nursing, no routine eye care, no foot care, and no weight loss program. These are some other services that have a limitation. you can get 35 visits for the chiropractor in 36 months, or one hearing aid every 36 months. And here are some examples of how having a baby would work, diabetes would work, or a fracture would work. Okay. Now, this entire summary of benefits is specific to the plan that I selected. So you just can't send everybody this. Okay. If I choose this one here, okay, remember the deductible is 125. If I change this, you'll see here that the deductible has been adjusted. All right, let's go back here. So now here are some numbers to remember. This is how I explain the plan to my insured. I have a $7,700 deductible. I have a $3,000 max out of pocket. Okay. I have copays of $20 and $40 for doctors and specialists. Okay. I need to know what my coinsurance is. I wish they would put it here, but they don't. Okay. I can go to benefits and I'm going to go look for coinsurance. Surgery, 30%, 30%. If you go to the hospital, 30%. So I know that my coinsurance is 30%. All right. 70 and 300. All right. 700, 300. Okay. Now let's go here. This is how I explain how this works. All right. So I have a deductible of $700. I have a coinsurance amount of 30%. And I have a max out of pocket of $3,000. Okay. I do have copays in here. Copays, I'm looking back over here, they are 20 and 40. I have 20 and 40. PCP specialist. All right. So this is how I explain this to my insured. So let's say that you go have a procedure done and it costs $100,000. Okay. If it's not an emergency, first thing you're going to do is a hospital is going to charge you $700 for that deductible. I've experienced it. Before they even see you while you're sitting there, they're already working on the bill. Okay. So you're going to owe them this bill. Okay. Not good. This brings down the bill to $99,300. Now what you're going to do is you're going to split the bill. This is the co-insurance phase. And you're going to do 70% the carrier, 30% the insured. You're going to spend 30% of this till you reach the max out of pocket of $3,000. Now, the beauty of this is that you've already met $700. Okay. So you've already filled that portion with the $700 has gone into this. So technically, really all you need to do is spend 23. You have to spend $2,300 at this 30%. When you add these two up, you're at the maximum out of pocket and you're done. When that happens, this thing switches to 100% for the insurance company and 0% for the insured. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Insured? My opinion, it's very understandable. Now, copays, you never have to worry about the deductibles when you have copays. So you could be in a scenario at the beginning of the year where you haven't even satisfied your deductible and you go see a doctor and you pay them $20. If you go to a specialist, you'll pay them $40. Okay. This is the easiest way to explain the plan of how an ACA plan works. So deductible is already built into the maximum out of pocket. FYI, short-term medical plans, they have deductibles, and they also have co-insurance, and they also have maximum out-of-pockets. With any short-term medical plan, if you have $1,000 deductible, and yet let's just say you have a $3,000 maximum out-of-pocket, okay, the actual is a combination of those, which would be $4,000. Okay, short-term world, you have to add them up. In the ACA world, the deductible is built into the maximum out-of-pocket. Mr. Insured, does that make sense to you? David, do we have any questions?
Yeah. How does Health Share or maybe Health Sherpa work in California? Do we know?
There's no Health Sherpa in California. Remember, California is a state-based exchange. So you have to use California's quote and enrollment tool.
Okay. Yeah. And then there's probably tutorial videos and walking through it and using it.
Yeah. They have their own deal.
Pro tip, guys, before you start getting in and choosing states to sell in or thinking your carrier or state is good by default, these commissions vary wildly across the different states. And granted, there could be the argument, well, if the commissions are lower, there's less competition, so maybe more opportunity. But some of them are significantly less. So please make sure to double check that to make sure it's worth your time spending money on marketing. May not be. Do ACA copays count towards the deductible? Answer is no, right?
All right, check this out. So copays here. I'm going to put my mouse over out of pocket. So the copays do not count towards the deductible, but you'll see here where it says costs that count towards the out-of-pocket maximum are your coinsurance and your copays. So if you've paid out $10, $20 copays, that's $200. That 200 goes towards this number.
Okay. Yeah.
Not that number, which is the deductible.
Right. Cool. Any other questions, guys? This one's from Logan. When doing the quote with the member on the phone, do you screen share the options or email them the quote options?
I don't want to email. I mean, you can go on here and look at the plan comparison and you can shoot them an email. Okay. Or you can copy the link, copy it and paste it into whatever you're using to communicate with them. Okay. You can do that. Okay. But I try to close on the spot. Okay. I'm going to give them, I could share this with them, but I'm gotten to a point now where I don't need to do this. Now, let's go here and look at these plans. Now, and forget the carrier. Remember, I got all these carriers here in this county that's associated with this zip code. How do I narrow these things down? Well, I can narrow them down. They're already sorted by lowest premium. But what I can do is just because it's the lowest premium doesn't mean that's the best plan. So let's go in here and I can go and add a doctor. So let's go in here and pull up a doctor that I know. So I'm going to pull this doctor up. Okay. And you can pull all the doctors up and you add them. Let's go add some prescriptions. Okay. Let's go find lisinopril. Where's lisinopril? Okay. I add that one and I'm done. Okay. So I've added one med, one doctor. Now look what it does. My sorting feature now has expanded and is telling me that why am I going to offer this $95 plan if their doctor doesn't take it? Okay. Now the medicine is $10. Hey, awesome. But they're going to have to find a new doc. Okay. Oh, but he takes United Healthcare. Premium is higher. Okay. From $95 to $141, but now they get to see their doc. Okay. So, it's just a matter of finding the right plan for the customer. Okay. I can also sort over here by in-network. And now it'll give me just in-network doctors. Okay. All right. So you can sort using this method, or you can also sort by clicking here. So let's go to United Healthcare and I can click on doctors. This is going to take me to the carrier provider tool. Search networks. It's going to pre-fill the zip code, and I'm going to go in here and I'm going to pull up Daniel Wattis. There he is. And look, I love these green check marks because he's in network. Okay. So really, really good thing. Also, look at the medicine. Blue Cross told me it's $10. Well, United just says, check the formulary. Okay, well, let's go check the formulary. I would click on drugs. Type in the medication here. Okay, pulls it up. Let's assume it's this one right here. It tells me it's a tier 2. I would go back over here to pull up my benefits and go down here. Tier 2 drugs cost me $2. Deductible does not apply. So that this patient, so this lead of mine, technically this would be a pretty good plan for him. Gets to keep his dog and pays $2 for Lisinopril. Not a bad deal. So you can search this way, or you could search using these two hyperlinks that are in here. Then here's what happens. All right, guys, this is important. Okay, so before you do anything, now we have to go into compliance. This is what you have to do next. All right, here we go. So let's say I pick this plan and I hit add to cart, start app. All right, every agent right now that's on here, guys, you know, if you're kind of dozing off, it's time to wake up, because you will get suspended and possibly terminated for calls from a carrier. Before you do this, okay, before you type in the insured's information and search, you must do this. All right. And I will tell you guys, there's no gray in this deal. It's you did it or you didn't do it. All right. This is the letter from CMS. Okay. We need to capture consent. So I made a copy of this because this is the way that you can capture consent. It says on here, CMS does not prescribe the manner in which agents must document consent. Instead, there are different formats that may be acceptable. Okay. You can record it via a phone call, a text message. I love text messages, by the way. Email, a digital signature, or a wet signature. Okay. So before you search, collect consent. So this is the way I do it, and I do it with Agent CRM. But if they're here in front of you, I got consent forms. I mean, I'm ready to take care of business. Okay, so they could wet signature this if they're here in front of me. Okay, you can go to, let me find it, Agent CRM. This is the way I do this now. Okay, and this is a dummy account, so that way we don't get shut down by Facebook or YouTube, David.
Thank you.
Where is it?
Have you covered the dental vision hearing ancillary cross sells yet?
I will as soon as I get done.
Yeah,
I think
once
this
we get this
is
done,
super,
let's cover that.
super important that we do this. Okay, so this is the way I do it, but you can do it any way you want, guys. So you would have your insured information. So I got test dummy in here, and I've got test dummy's email and this fake number. Okay, so I could do this. What I do is I click here on consent, and it automatically is, you'll see it here in a minute. And this is a demo account, so I don't know if it's going to work. But here in the conversation piece, here in the middle, it's going to text this person the consent form. Okay, it's probably not going to work. This is a test environment. Okay, it sends them this deal, and it's got everything in there. This is what's in there, guys. Here is the consent form. It looks like this. This is actually my consent. So it's got all the data that's required, the date, the consumer name, your information, and your NPN, what they're giving you consent for, which is searching. Okay, completing the app, providing ongoing maintenance and enrollment assistance, and responding to any inquiries from the marketplace. And then it gives them how they can revoke this consent. I understand that my consent remains in effect until I revoke it by email, text, or written letter. You have to give this to them. So I send it by text. You can send it by email. You can use DocuSign, HelloSign, Adobe Sign, whatever. Agent CRM is days away from creating a signature for them. Right now, I collect it by text. So my insured, I text it to them like, hey, put me on speaker, check your phone, review the consent form and make sure that that you give me consent. I wait for them to text me, I consent. Now I get consent. All right, check this out. I get consent. Now, I'm going to walk you through what an enrollment looks like, guys. Okay. So these things should be in order. Hold on here. Yeah, they're in order. Okay, there it is. I actually got it there. Okay, perfect. So I'm here. I clicked on add to cart. I start the application. Look at what I did right here. Okay. I sent him this is actual insured. I sent them the consent form. Here it is, guys.
We don't see it. We just see your file shared. If you'll just share your screen.
Sorry. Here we go.
Okay.
How about now?
There you go. Yeah.
Okay. When I switch screens, is it switching?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So I just texted them the consent form here, and they replied back with I consent. I've got a timestamp here of when I got it. I got their information here. And also in notes, it puts the timestamp. So now I have proof that I collected it. Now what I do is I can now type in their name here and I can search for them. If I find them, I'm going to hit apply. Now this is 2021, but it's going to say, if they have a plan, it's going to say 2024. And then down here, they'll have another button that says 2025 apply. And you'll hit the apply. If they have no marketplace plan, you will hit create a new app. If they have a plan, do not create another one. Okay, you're going to get flagged and you just don't want to be on anybody's radar. Now, this is how easy this enrollment is. Okay, privacy, check, read them this stuff. Who's applying? Now, remember what you quoted. Now you got to go in here and you got to put here, who's applying? Remember, we talked about mom, dad, and 2 kids, but the 2 kids were not insured. So you're going to put, is mom being insured? Yes. Then you're going to put the spouse. Okay. If this is blank, you're going to go here to add, you add the person and you're going to choose the spouse. Then you're going to add the 2 children. Remember, if the 2 children are not going to be insured, you don't check these boxes off. It's that easy. But remember, all 4 of them are in the tax household. So you have to list all 4. Okay. Then you go to the next thing. Okay. Now there's a new CMS bulletin that came out about 2 weeks ago. You see right here, I don't have a social. Do not submit an app without a social. You want to get on the radar really quick and not be able to stay in the game? Do write applications without a social. See what happens. You could do it in the past. Again, we always have rats in this business. We had some rats that were submitting applications without socials, and the system would give them 3 months of coverage to put the social. And of course, they never did, and they kept doing it every 3 months just to make money. Okay, they manipulated the system. So do not submit an app without a social. Now, you only need to collect socials for those that are insured. So my household of 4, if the 2 kids are not going to be insured, I don't need their socials. I still get them because I may sell them life insurance and I already have their socials. Okay, but make sure that you collect mom and dad's social. Do they smoke? Are they a U.S. citizen? In this scenario, I put no so that you can choose the correct eligible immigration status. Then you would go to the next screen, you would choose whichever legal immigration status they've got, which I chose here, a green card. And then you put all the information. All right, continue. Okay, on here, this is more information. It's literally click, click, click. Do you smoke? You a citizen? Are you in jail? You can't insure people that are incarcerated. How in the heck could you be talking to them? Okay, unless they call you from jail. Okay, are they an American Indian or Alaska Native? Now, some of these questions that are optional, I don't answer them. You can. I just put decline to answer, decline to answer. And then they started asking these stupid questions. What was your sex assigned at birth? How do you identify? And what's your sexual orientation? I don't even ask. Okay. There's information I don't want to know. Okay. So I proceed. Okay. More information. Okay. Income. I will tell you guys, you need household income. Don't screw around. What I mean by that is put down exactly what they earn. Now, you're not a tax guy. You need to, so tell them, hey, if you don't know your income, what did you make last year? And we can use that as a basis. Okay. If they're self-employed and they grossed $1 million, but they had $900,000 of payroll and expenses, they really only made 100. We need the adjusted gross income. Okay. So you would plug it in here, fill their information out, continue. Okay. You continue. Again, there are questions that are super easy to answer. Okay. You continue. Now, if I put you to sleep, wake up again. All right. This right here, I call this the finalize screen. See this print button? You're going to print this. Okay. You're going to print it as a PDF. Now, this is the other bit of, so CMS came back after they put that first bulletin, and they came back and said, all right, agents, you must collect consent and confirmation. There's consent, and then there's confirmation, and they must be two separate events. Okay. The consumer consent must be obtained prior to assisting the consumer with applying for or enrolling. This is the first event. And then we continue reading here. In addition, the documentation would need to capture information showing the consumer reviewed and confirmed the accuracy of the app, of their app. This is the second event which must occur after the app has been completed, and they misspelled completed. The government, really, they couldn't use a spell checker here. And prior to submitting. Okay, therefore, okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, again, two separate events. So what I came up with is this. You're going to go back to the CRM. Okay, now this is a dummy account, so you don't see it here. But I have underneath ask for consent, I have ask for confirmation. So what I do now, remember I got confirmation, or I'm sorry, I got consent already, and the guy responded back with I consent. I send the guy a picture, or not a picture, the PDF that I just printed. I go right here to SMS and I attach it. Are you seeing Agent CRM, David?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll go to my system here. I'll go find that document and I'll send it to them. Then I will send them another text that's automated that says, David, please review the app that I just sent you. Let me know if everything is correct. And if it is, reply back with I confirm. And I sit there and I wait. If I don't get the I confirm, I do not enroll. If I don't get the consent, I don't enroll. Guys, again, don't mess with the government. Don't mess with CMS. So make sure that you collect the consent and confirmation. Now, I go back. To my finalized screen. Are you seeing finalized now, David?
Yes.
Okay, so I print this as a PDF. In this document, it has everything that they are required to confirm. Their name, their address, phone number, email. It will have all of the household members, their date of birth, the last four of their social, the genders, and whether they're applying. So in the scenario of mom, dad, and two kids that are not being insured, I'll have four names, but under the two kids, it'll say no and no. Okay, it'll have below that the income information. And then below that, it'll have a set of questions. It's like 3 or 4 pages that's printed out. Then, okay, so you kind of see it. Okay, so there's the I confirm. Oh, there it is, guys. Look right here. You see it right here? I can't get my marker. Okay. See this right here? Confirm application. So I will now send them a text message in English, a text message in Spanish, or an email to confirm. Now that I wait for the AI confirm, and then at this point, I will go through the next set of stuff and I will submit. Okay, they type their name in here, you submit, and now you've submitted it and you are good to go. Health Sherpa is going to ask you, hey, do you want to upload them? You don't have to, guys. I don't. Okay. I just put here, I already have proof in my own records, and then you are done. Okay. Compliance, consent, and confirmation at a bare minimum. Do we have any questions? Because I can now work it. I can now go into bundling.
Yeah, let's go right into that. Let's spend about 15 minutes doing this, and we'll leave the remainder for questions. So, guys, this is your final chance to ask questions about what we have talked about, what we will talk about, and anything that we've already discussed that maybe we discussed or didn't answer earlier. Use the chat to throw your questions down so that we have about, we'll take 5-10 minutes to answer them if they're there. Otherwise, Luis, let's take 15 minutes to go over bundling, because I think it's really important that you guys understand how to do this correctly.
Yep, I'm pull up my bundling slides here. Okay, can't find my Health Sherpa, but we're going to open up a new Health Sherpa window.
I'll ask this while you're doing that. Are the automations for confirm and consent included in the ACA marketing pack with agent?
Yes, they are. When you get agent CRM, guys, here is the, where's my ACA marketing pack? Come on. Let me pull this up here. Okay, here we go. All right, share my screen. When you get agent CRM, and hopefully you guys are, okay, you're going to use David's link to go get agent CRM. My marketing, my workflows are built into that. Okay. Now, I've been accused of creating too many workflows. Okay. So we've condensed them, put them into some neat folders. You'll get them. Here's the ACA marketing pack. David, I will put this in the chat. So if people want to get it, here's where they want to go.
Okay.
Okay. But yes, you will get my workflows along with those two little sections on the contact where you can send the consent and collect the confirmation. All right, let's go to my Health Sherpa. Let's get into bundling. Let's start making some more money. All right, let's go back to my 35-year-old female, my 30-year-old husband, household of 4, making $60,000. And since I know they're getting cost share reductions, CSRs, and I know that they only are applicable to silver plans, I'm going to go down here and I'm going to check silver. And this is the plan they want. Okay. All right. So my maximum out of pocket. And David, are we seeing the right screen, man? I want to make sure.
Yes, I see Health Sherpa.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay. This $3,000. Okay. First of all, you guys already saw in the benefits where it told us already, and I've already discussed this with them, dental care, services your plan does not cover, dental care, adult and children, Vision not covered. So the first thing I'm going to do, this is how simple it is, guys. I'm going to run a quote for dental and vision. Okay. This is the carrier that I recommend that all of you get. Okay. Hop in here. Put the zip code in. They want dental. Yes. They want vision. Yes. How many people? 2. Boom. Done. God, is that quick? You have 3 different dental plans and 2 vision plans. You have good, you have better, and you have best. Now, this it technically is like that, but this is more geared for the senior market because it has a hearing benefit. This one here is geared for more the younger market because it will cover child orthodontia. I do have a video. I'm going to give David this link right now. I just last week did a training video with the representative from Emeritus. So I'm going to grab it right now and share that with you, David. Here we go. Okay, there's the link for the dental training that I did with Emeritus. Okay, so as far as these plans, and I don't think we have time to get into the specifics, but when you deal with a dental plan, there's 3 things that how dental works. You have preventative, you have basic and major. Okay. Preventative care. This is with a second plan that I'm going to recommend. 100% coverage immediately. Day 1. I write them now. They start tomorrow. Okay. They get 2 cleanings, 2 exams, 2 fluoride treatments, or a fluoride treatment for the younger kids, sealants, space maintainers, and an x-ray. Perfect. Done. Basic. Day 1, 65% coverage. Now, I tell insureds, this is the small stuff. Okay. As soon as you enroll the plan, you get 65% coverage. You pay 35. After the year is up, they pay 80, you pay 20. Major, the big stuff, like crowns, root canals, dentures, bridges, implants. In this scenario, year 1 is 20%. After year 1, it's 50%. Well, that sucks. Well, not really. Remember, if you go to a dentist that's in the network, you're getting the PPO discounted rate. On top of that, you're getting the reduction here based on these percentages. It's way better than not having insurance. Okay. And if they got kids, they get $1,000 per kid for braces. As far as the maximum benefit, it's $1,500 year 1, and it increases to $2,000. Okay, not bad. Similar scenario down here with the better plan. Okay, the basic is a little richer there. The big difference here, no orthodontia. Okay, and then it's $2,500 year 1, and then $3,000 after year 1. Okay, and of course you have a hearing benefit here. Okay, let's say that I'm going to pick the middle of the road plan because they got 2 kids that need braces. I selected vision. Okay, good, better. 19 bucks. The big difference here, guys, is the network. This one uses the iMed network. Good network. This one uses VSP. This is like the largest network out there for vision. But the real difference is with the $19 one, you get a pair of glasses every 2 years. You get an exam every year, but you get glasses every 2 years. With the more expensive one, it's yearly. And then you have, hey, your exam is covered in full if you use a network. You have $150 for glasses. The different lenses are covered in full. And then you have the extras that you can do to your lenses, the UV crap and whatever, and those are the cost. Then let's say you choose that one. Look how easy it is. Boom. Review and purchase. Enroll now. Put a date. It can't be today. It's going to start tomorrow. Email. And then here you're done in less than 5 minutes. No signature required. And if they have existing coverage, not a crappy DMO plan, not a discount plan, if they have a true dental plan, they will get credit for prior coverage and automatically go to year 2. All right. Super good. Commissions in this one are about 30% commissions for year 1. Year 2, Horrible, 2%. But that's the way it is, guys. Okay, year one benefits, they pay out a lot less, so they got money to share commissions. And after year two, making a little less. All right, that's the dental and vision. Questions so far, David?
Looking at the chat here, let's save them for last. Just keep going.
Okay, perfect. All right. Next thing that I'm going to pull up here, David, I'm going to share the link for this one, is the hospital indemnity plan with Allstate. I just did another video with the Allstate rep. So let's go back over here. Remember, $3,000 out of pocket. Mr. Insured, you got 3K? 90% of the time, hell no. You crazy? A little bit. The ones that do have it, my immediate response is, do you want to use it for this? And they're like, no, it's my emergency fund. Perfect. I have a solution. So I'm going to Allstate Health Solutions, quote and enroll. Okay, effective date, zip code. What was it, 39? So 40 years. I'm going to put 20. Nope, I'm going to put 1990. Female, I'm going to add a spouse. Quote now. Boom. Okay, I got the wife here. I'm going to put the husband. Okay. All right, I'm done. I'm going to quote. I'm going to go to accident. They're non-smokers. And here's what I'm going to do. Remember, it was 3,000. I don't have a 3,000. So I'm going to choose 5,000. So I'm going to choose $5,000 and I'm going to add sickness. What I've just done for them. Now the premium went up quite a bit, but let's take this away. Let's just do this one right here. What I have done for them right here, I am going to cover any accidents. Here's the brochure. Check it out. So it's called AME, the accident medical expense. It pays covered expenses up to the benefit amount. There's a deductible of $250 year one, $150 year two, $0 year three. So it's disappearing. No restrictions, no waiting periods, guaranteed issue. And what happens here is they're going to get reimbursed for a medical or for an accident. So if my insured falls off the roof while they're putting up Christmas lights and he breaks something, he submits his bill, he'll be reimbursed up to the $5,000 mark. Okay. Then I ask them, or usually they'll ask me, well, what if I go to the hospital, but it's not an accident? Let's say it's due to a sickness. I'm so glad you asked. Now, if it's just accident for mom and dad, $32. If I go add sickness, premium went from 32 to 92. So it added $60 to this premium. Okay, what the sickness does, again, there's no deductible, or there is no deductible here. Okay, there's a pre-existing condition. Okay, it's guaranteed issue. And once it's a 30-day wait. But when they get admitted, the first day that they're in the hospital, 24 hours, they get paid the benefit amount. It writes them a check for the entire $5,000. And then what they do is they use that $5,000 to satisfy the 3K, and they get to keep the 2K. Not bad. That's how I bundle those three products. So now here is my total. I get in here with the insured, and I always think it's better to go from uphill down. So I had a $95 health plan. I think the dental was $90, and then we had 92. So I will tell them, I have a package that most of my clients take. It's going to run $277. And here's what it does. Your healthcare. I got your healthcare taken care of with Blue Cross. Since it doesn't cover dental and vision, I've added a great dental and vision plan, and here's what it does. And then also, remember that $3,000 that you were going to have to pay for per person, up to 2 people. The family deductible is ×2. The family out of pocket is ×2. What I'm going to do is I'm going to insure you for an accident or a hospitalization due to a sickness, and I'm going to insure you for $5,000. So you won't have to pay that. My total's $277. Do you want to pay for this with a check or a credit card? Boom. And I didn't ask them, do they want it? I asked them how they want to pay for it. Then we get done with the whole thing. Now I'm always moving 100 miles an hour. I forget the life. Okay. But at this point, you can hop right in and say, okay, David, where's your life insurance at? Tell me about your life insurance. And you're going to respond with like, hey, I got a plan at work. You're going to be like, awesome, congratulate them. And then tell them the life story. Or they're going to say, what do you mean life insurance? And you're going to be like, what? You don't have life insurance, David? Dude. And you hop in. Now I'm going to share with you guys this video I did. Okay. This has been killer, guys. We are like 20 something in the country right now in life insurance within my farmers little organization of like 14,000 agents. Our best life here. And I attribute it to this.
Hey, if there's audio, don't share the audio.
Well, there's no song.
Okay, good.
Yeah, yep. No, I'm with you on that one, 100%. I like to play songs, me in my 80s.
That's
Let
okay.
me just
YouTube though, they don't like it.
no music, but check this out. Hey there, this is Luis Moreno with Mark. Hold up.
You gotta share your screen too.
Yeah, I wanted to double check and make sure there was no song, but there isn't.
Okay, thank you.
Here we go. Come on, baby. Really? Is it not letting me? That's why. Very weird. Hold on, David. For some reason I don't see my screens. Yeah, I can see this. Huh. I'm just gotta close some windows, I think. I don't see.
Oh,
there
can't
it
find
is.
it here in a few seconds.
Yeah, that little
Wrap it up.
video moved to my third screen over there. Okay,
Okay.
here we go. All right. This has been a money maker. Hey there, this is Luis Moreno with Farmers. Hey there, this. Okay. Share. Okay, here we go. I made this video, guys. This is what I attach to every email that I make. Okay. It doesn't matter if it's ACA, Medicare, I don't care. It goes out. Now, I don't, can you hear it, David? Let's see here. I'm going to hit play. Hey there, this is Luis Moreno with Farmers Insurance. I get this question asked all the time from my insurance. Why do you keep offering me life insurance? I came to you because I want my autos insured, my home insured, or my commercial business insured. Why do you keep offering life insurance? Life insurance is the most important insurance that you need to have. You need to insure yourself and protect your family. I use this acronym called DIME, D-I-M-E, and this helps me determine how much life insurance you have. D stands for debt. We're going to pay your debt off. I stands for income. We're going to replace at least 3 years of your income. M is the mortgage. We're going to pay that mortgage off so your family doesn't lose the house that you bought for them. And then E is for education. We're going to provide a sum of money so your kids can go to college and have it paid for. When you add those four up, you're going to come out with the amount of insurance that you need. Now, the second question that I get asked is, which insurance do I need to have? There's term and there's permanent. Term insurance lasts for a term, 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years. And during that time, the rates are fixed. It is the least expensive way to get insurance compared to permanent. Permanent lasts for your lifetime. It's expensive. It's like owning a home. You have equity, which is called cash value, and you can invest that equity in the market and protect it from any losses. Now, the question should be, which one is best to have? The best one to have is the one that's in force when you die. A couple of things to remember. Okay. Number one is when you die, that money is going to go to your beneficiaries without any tax consequences. They do not have to worry about paying taxes. Secondly, you can rest assured that your family's going to have enough money so they can maintain their lifestyle and not lose the home that you bought for them. So if you want to get a life insurance quote, please ask us. Our rates are very competitive and we would love to help you out. This is Luis Moreno with Farmers Insurance. What I'm going to share with you now are our rates for term insurance. Take a look at them. We're quoting you a 10-year term with $150,000 death benefit. Our rates are incredible. Guys, if you have any questions, please let us know and we'll be glad to help you out.
Cool.
Yeah, I made that little video and I've been attaching it, and wow, people have been responding. They're like, yeah, I didn't know rate insurance was that cheap. They're teaser rates, 10 years. Hey,
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with a 10-year term.
Right.
Okay.
Better nothing.
You're better than nothing. I mean, I got so sick and tired of my insureds coming in here like, please tell me I had insurance. I'm like, nope, they didn't. Oh, can we do a chicken plate sale and they do it in my parking lot? They got their loved one at the funeral home and they're cooking chicken.
Right. Yep.
Or you get the more high-tech person, they're doing GoFundMes. I'm like, I get so frustrated. Man, just get some freaking life insurance, dude.
Right. Right. Well, guys, this is wraps up our training for the day. I hope you enjoyed our ACA sales and marketing deep dive with Mr. Luis Moreno. Also, special thanks to Oscar Gonzalez, as well as Alex Branning of Agent CRM, and then Scale My Social. If you guys are interested in any of those products, check the chat. All the links are there. If you're looking for a place to do ACA business, reach out to Luis directly. You can go to his channel. His contact information is there. Again, his link to his channel is in the chat. Also, Think Medicare, Think ACA. Throw that in YouTube. You'll get it. And I hope you learned something today. I hope you put it into action and help people and make yourself some money. So, Luis Moreno, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you, man.
Enjoy it. Thank you, guys.
See you next time. All right. Very good.
Not bad, man. I think it was good.